Good morning, all of you here in Stockholm. A warm welcome to you, and also a warm welcome to those of you following this event online. This conference has the title of Economic Perspectives on Gender-Based Violence, Exploring Pathways to Solutions. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today to moderate this event. My name is Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansson. I am chair of the Swedish independent think tank Global Utmaning, and I've worked with gender equality roughly 30 years as a journalist, so it's a delight to be here and to see all of you here present. And this event is arranged as part of the Swedish presidency of the Council of the European Union. Today and tomorrow, you will listen and interact with professionals, bringing their perspectives from governments, from civil society, from the public sector, and also, of course, from the academia and also from CSOs. So we will share a lot of information and enlighten ourselves and broaden our horizons in this very, very important topic. We will be using the tool Menti that I'm sure you are familiar with. So I'd like to encourage you to start by opening up your phones or your iPads and typing in this code that you see on the screen here behind me. And those of you following the event, please online also open up the menti.com. And we will be using the Menti because we want questions from you in the audience, those of you present here in Stockholm, and also those of you present online, to share your questions to the speakers in the panels. So let's warm up with a question. You see it now as you log in to the Menti with this code. What does your sector, what sector do you represent? And this, of course, is important for the speakers to see who are they talking to during this event. So we have the national government, the strong runner-up here, public agencies, EU or intergovernmental organizations, institutions, civil society, and other. And let's see how the numbers are ticking in here. Excellent. Maybe not so surprising because we do have representatives for 25 countries here at this conference and a high number of organizations throughout Europe. So all of you, again, a warm welcome. We also have today some house rules. Of course, we need to check out where the fire exits are, and you can see them here to the side, and also, of course, behind you. And also, if you need to use the lavatories, that's always important, you go out this direction, make a right, and then a right again, and you will find those facilities. And for your information, the conference is live streamed today. So if you feel uncomfortable with this being seen, the back of your head being seen, you can move during the break to the next, further back on the line. And the last session tomorrow will also be live streamed for your information. And during these 2 days, we will have the pleasure of being supported by graphic recorders. And the purpose of having graphic recorders is to support the process. As you all are familiar with, we have workshops tomorrow, and the workshops are supported, as are the panel discussions today, with the help of these 3 graphic recorders. And Frida Adamsson, she's seated behind you here, she's waving in the corner here. She will be in charge of graphically recording the panel talks today. And this will also support the conclusions here up on the stage. So this is a great tool for us to utilize. And now it's time to move over to the first keynote speaker up here for to give her welcoming remarks. And it's my pleasure to introduce Paulina Brandberg, Minister of Gender Equality and also Deputy Minister for Employment in Sweden. Please give her a warm hand.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am very, very pleased to welcome you to this conference on the topic of economic perspectives on gender-based violence, paving paths to prevention. The theme of today's conference lies at the intersection of two key priority areas in the fight for gender equality: the need for women's economic empowerment and the need to prevent and combat gender-based violence. These are Swedish priorities, these are EU priorities, and they are global priorities. We need to keep these priorities high on the agenda. This is why they are reflected in the EU strategy for gender equality. And this is why the current EU presidency trio, France, the Czech Republic, and Sweden, have selected them to be paid special attention within our trio presidency declaration on gender equality. It is also why Sweden and the EU are proud to co-lead two key action coalitions within the UN initiative Generation Equality. Sweden, as the co-leader of the Action Coalition on Economic Justice and Rights, and the EU as the co-leader of the Action Coalition on Gender-Based Violence. In my previous job as a prosecutor specializing in gender-based violence and honor-related violence, I have seen the consequences of this violence up close. For my government, it is a priority that women and men have the same opportunities and conditions as regards paid work, which gives economic independence throughout life. There is also an obvious link between economic aspects and men's violence against women. For example, the importance of women's financial independence when leaving an abusive and violent relationship. There is also a particular form of gender-based violence which is manifested in the form of economic violence. In a publication on this topic, the Swedish Gender Equality Agency outlines how economic violence keeps women financially dependent on their abusers. Examples of economic violence are actions such as emptying joint bank accounts or taking loans in another person's name. The lack of access to or control over money or other resources prevents many women from escaping a violent relationship or even forces them to return to their abusers. The lack of access to or control over money or other resources can also inhibit women's economic independence long after an abusive relationship has ended, as economic, psychological, and cyber violence are not reliant on physical presence and can stretch across time. The connection between economic independence and gender-based violence seems intuitive, yet this is a topic which is relatively under-researched and underexplored. As a consequence, we also do not have sufficient knowledge on how to effectively tackle it. In selecting the topic of this conference, and by convening experts from the broad range of stakeholders gathered here today, Sweden hopes to provide a space for dialogue and reflection, as well as to stimulate the sharing of best practices on the many economic perspectives on gender-based violence. I would like to thank all of you for joining us here in Stockholm. Through a joint effort, we hope to be able to pave new and unexplored paths to prevention of gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce Helena Dalli, European Commissioner for Equality. Please give her a warm hand.
Thank you, and good morning to all of you. I want to thank the Swedish Presidency for putting the fight against gender-based violence high on its political agenda. Today's conference tackles the interplay between economics and violence against women, namely the importance of women's financial autonomy for them to be able to walk away from violent situations, and the benefits of the prevention of gender-based violence for our societies as a whole. The costs of gender-based violence are harrowing. In a 2021 study, the European Institute for Gender Equality estimated the EU cost of gender-based violence to amount to 366 billion euros annually. Domestic violence makes up almost half of these costs. The costs mainly affect three areas, namely losses in economic output, as most victims of gender-based violence will stop working for some time or be less productive. Costs to public services, such as health services, the civil and criminal justice systems, and housing aid. And costs concerning reduced quality of life for the victim due to the physical and emotional impact. So economic dependence and an inability to provide for oneself increases risk of violence at the individual level, while when women are economically empowered, the rate of domestic violence decreases significantly. The situation cannot be clearer. Economic dependence on their partner prevents several women from escaping violent relationships. Women's economic empowerment is therefore a powerful prevention tool in our fight against gender-based violence. The EU has made progress in women's economic empowerment over the last decades. It is encouraging to see women securing better education and training and growing in numbers in the labor market. But progress is too slow in achieving the goals we set to close. The 13% gender pay gap, the 30% gender pension gap, and the 11% gender employment gap. The Commission therefore put forward the proposal for a directive on equal pay and a recommendation on revised Barcelona targets on childcare. Combined with the implementation of the Work-Life Balance Directive, we can guarantee the tools and support women may need to make professional choices combined with personal engagement in a balanced and equal manner. While we must make all efforts to empower women, gender-based violence must be addressed directly and in a comprehensive manner when it happens. We therefore put forward a proposal to combat violence against women and domestic violence. We are counting on the Swedish Presidency to make progress on this legislation, as it will make a difference for all women victims of violence and all domestic abuse victims across Europe. All women must enjoy the same rights, protection, support, and prevention when it comes to violence against women, as should domestic violence, regardless of their gender. Everyone must have the guarantee that no matter where they may be in Europe, certain types of violence against women, including rape, based on the notion of a lack of consent, will be considered and treated as a crime. I take this opportunity to express my full support to the Swedish Presidency for its commitment to push forward the EU accession to the Istanbul Convention. We must act now and be united in our quest to end gender-based violence by raising the issue to this level, you are helping us to achieve this goal. The Swedish presidency has presented an ambitious work plan to tackle gender inequalities from different angles. It ranges from finalizing the adoption of the pay transparency proposal to advancing the negotiation on the proposed directive on combating violence against women and domestic violence. I am confident that, together with the Swedish presidency, we will make significant progress in the coming months on combating gender-based violence, including through economic empowerment. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Commissioner. The next speaker is Director General of the Swedish Gender Equality Agency, Lena Agh. And this agency has been very helpful and very much involved in the arrangement of this conference. So a special warm welcome.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, colleagues, a big, warm welcome to Sweden. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here with all of you. I feel inspired, and I'm confident that we can move forward on this important agenda. You have heard the wise words of previous speakers, and I will not repeat them. To understand women's economic empowerment and to prevent gender-based violence, we must also understand the drivers as well as the nexus. The nexus is economic violence. This is complex. As we know, gender-based violence has many aspects, from physical, sexual, and psychological harm of intimate partner relationships to the form of violence we call economic violence. The reality is that many victims, most often women, suffer a diverse mix of gender-based violence and abuse. This violence often takes place in the home, but it will not stop there. Its effects follow the victim also into other areas, such as the world of work. A job can provide an important element of economic independence and security. But we also know that abusers can use many different tactics, including harassment at work, and even stopping their partner from working altogether. Economic violence in particular, as we've heard from previous speakers, leaves many women dependent on their abusers, unable to leave or forcing them to return by depriving them of all means of self-sufficiency. Gender and social norms and their power dynamics are at play here. These may, of course, manifest themselves in different ways in our different countries, but we do have common goals and strategies in the European Union. The pandemic, the war in Ukraine, the energy and climate crisis, the cost of living should, with all the lessons we've learned over the years, put women's economic empowerment and gender-based violence at the top priority of our new realities. These and many other issues are our concern at the Swedish Gender Equality Agency. We are mandated by the government to conduct policy analysis and monitoring in relation to the government's gender equality policy goals. We support other government agencies on gender mainstreaming, and we provide grants to women's organizations, gender equality projects, and projects on violence prevention in the area of men's violence against women. Last but not least, we are supporting and monitoring Sweden's national 10-year strategy to prevent and combat men's violence against women. If I may, I would like to suggest to all of you to take a look and read this material that we have produced for this occasion. It's over there by the table at the doors. I hope you will find it interesting and useful. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, so where do we stand on economic perspectives on gender-based violence? And more importantly, how do we pave a path for prevention? This is the big task ahead. So let us bring to the table all our varied experiences, perspectives, and our research and evidence. And most important, let us use this opportunity and lay the ground for change. So on behalf of the Swedish Gender Equality Agency, I wish us all a fruitful deliberation here today and tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Lena Agh. And now it's my pleasure to introduce, to share her keynote, Colleen Scheele. Colleen, you are sitting here in front of me, and as you can tell also, we also have support from interpreters here. So I'd just like to acknowledge their intensive and very clarifying work. Thank you very much. So Colleen Scheele, you are, yes, please, an report. Colleen Scheele, Director, European Institute for Gender Equality, also known by the acronym AGE. Please join us here for your keynote.
Good morning. Dear honourable members and guests, thank you so much for inviting me here today to provide an economic perspective on gender-based violence. This is an area IGE has been well acquainted with since the beginning of its existence. Over the years, our portfolio has been dedicated to expanding data and research to help end gender-based violence, and the work won't stop until it stops. I will be sharing some of IGE's turning point evidence related to the intersection between women's economic empowerment and violence against women as a form of gender-based violence. But before I do that, imagine a room full of women. Now imagine that every third woman in this room will be a victim of violence in her lifetime. This example is a fact. Bringing it a bit closer to home, 35% of women who experienced physical and/or sexual violence experienced it in their own home. You can see why this is one of IGE's ongoing and central priorities. Gender equality is a human right. Violence against women is a violation of this human right. The impact of violence against women is serious and far-reaching, from the victim's physical and mental health to the families and to wider society. In a moment of violence, a victim can be left powerless and out of control. They can be left with fractures, broken bones, internal injuries, permanent injuries. You don't need me to go into graphic detail, and I'm sure you can imagine it. And let's not forget one of the more hidden aspects of violence against women, the psychological impact. I say hidden because a lot of the times, victims of violence often don't look like victims of violence. And that can lead to the victim not being believed, creating a culture of fear, and not coming forward to report it. All of these aspects can determine the rest of a victim's life. In addition, for the economy, the toll of violence against women is also heavy. IG research estimates that violence against women costs the European Union around €289 billion every year, which makes up 80% of the total cost of gender-based violence in the European Union. What we typically see at face value is only the tip of the iceberg. What lies beneath is complex and multi-layered. Now, let me be clear. The cost of human life, pain and suffering are immeasurable, but adding an economic perspective shows that we are all impacted. Those 1 in 3 women who suffer violence, their families, and all of us, since a lack of attention and inaction also takes a huge economic toll on our economies. And that is why immediate attention, investment, and action needs to take effect. Prevention and response can make a real impact. Even if all we focus on is increasing the cost towards prevention services, it's still enough to reduce the economic cost of violence against women in our societies. Imagine how much more effective it would be to put support systems in place. But right now, the money spent on supporting victims, it's not enough. In fact, it's almost a disservice to victims to mention the fact that money spent on shelters make up just less than 1% of the cost of gender-based violence. 1%. That's not good enough. Not if we want victims to feel supported in what is likely to be the lowest point of their life. It goes without saying that EU countries need to invest more in activities that prevent violence against women and protect victims. This is both a moral imperative as well as savvy economics. Looking at the economics of violence against women in a slightly different way, I would like to turn to a crucial component which can exacerbate this phenomenon, and that is women's lack of economic power. There is a direct relation between women's access to financial resources, in other words, economic autonomy, and gender equality. Both grow together. IGE's annual Gender Equality Index, which is a benchmark for the EU's rate of progress on gender equality, includes a core domain to measure gender equality, and that is the domain of money. In our latest edition of the index, the gender equality on money has stalled. Even though money is the second highest score of all the indexes this year, it's only moved up marginally since 2019. That can hardly be considered a meaningful change. What is interesting to note from our index is that in the knowledge domain, women are increasingly getting better educated than men, and yet structural inequalities still persist between women and men where money is concerned. But our research has proven that women's economic empowerment feeds into economic development and can reduce violence against women. By 2050, improving gender equality would lead to an increase in EU GDP to 3.15 trillion euros. But this is still a pipe dream. We will keep veering off track if we do not end violence against women. Both the economic and moral cost is keeping us from moving forward. Data is a crucial tool to understand the variables leading to violence against women. We need to know the why behind the how. And with a contextual understanding, effective prevention measures can be put in place. This year, IG will continue to collect data on the economic dimensions of violence against women through the ongoing FRA IG Violence Against Women 2 survey, which covers 8 member states and complements the Eurostat GBV survey. From the results of the administrative data collection, we will pay close attention to where economic violence sits in the broader gender-based violence phenomenon. looking forward down the line. IGE will further explore this thematic area in a report to support the first semester presidency in 2024 in Belgium, centering on gender equality and financial independence. This will be ready in spring 2024. We have many plans in our work program to address this persisting issue. But there's one thing I would like you to remember from everything I have said today. It's that 1 in 3 women will be a victim of violence in her lifetime. Alarm bells should be going off. Does it have to be 1 in 2 for action? Well, I hope we don't have to get that far. It's for the health and wealth of our societies and economies that violence against women is stopped, once and for all. I wish you a thoughtful and productive conference where the next steps are established and then put into practice. Thank you.
Please stay for a follow-up question. Please stay for a follow-up question, Khalil Shele. Thank you very much for your strong statement and for your fantastic, steadfast and groundbreaking work that you do at IGE. We have 2 full days ahead of us. Tomorrow we have 3 workshops. What call to action would you give to the participants? Because what's happening here is being fed into the process of the Swedish presidency in some manner. So what would you like, what kind of call to action would you like to share?
Well, it's basically, and thank you for your kind words towards IGE. I'm very happy to hear this, and again, we are very happy to support not only the Commission, but also the Member States and all other relevant stakeholders with the information and data, because it's crucial. We have to understand the baseline before we can start developing policies, legislation, and projects. Well, my call to action is actually how I finished my speech, and it's also what we did in our Gender Equality Forum that IGE organized last October. Very often in these conferences we share information and viewpoints, but I truly hope that we will also formulate concrete next steps. It's how I ended my speech. I mean, I think we know by now what is the issue, what is the problem. Of course, we will keep collecting data, but I sincerely hope that we will formulate together at member state level, maybe also at Commission level, concrete steps forward. And then also keep monitoring them, because that's also very important. Yeah.
Indeed it is.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much again.
You're welcome.
And then we have a speaker gift here for Ms. Khalil Shele. So let's see where we have the gifts that's supposed to be handed to me. Here we go. It's a vase, a Swedish vase, and I realized that we did not give one to Commissioner Dalli, so please, could I have another vase? My apologies. I was so enthralled by your speech, so I sort of didn't remember. It's a small token of affection from the Swedish government.
My flowers.
Exactly. So, as you might have noticed, we have a piano, a keyboard here on stage. And we have the pleasure to introduce students from the Royal College of Music here in Stockholm. And they will perform a song. All of us that are Swedish will probably need to bring out a tissue, and you might need that too, because it's a very, very strong song about a coming of realization of her own power of a woman. It's called Gabriella's Song. And it's from a very famous film that came out in 2004 in the translation as it is in heaven. Så som i himmelen på svenska. And it's my pleasure now to welcome the musicians. We have with us Maja Gårdemark, who will be singing this song, and we have with us Leo Bengmark, who will be playing the keyboard. So please give them a warm hand. There you are.
Hello. We're very happy to be here today, and that we're going to play this song to you. Thank you. fått en stund här på jorden, och min längtan har fört mig hit. Det jag saknat och det jag fått. Men det är ändå vägen jag valt. Min förtröstan långt bortom orden som har visat en liten bit av den himmel jag aldrig fått. Jag vill känna att jag lever all den tid jag har. Ska jag leva som jag vill? Jag vill känna att jag lever, veta att jag räcker till. Men jag har aldrig glömt vem jag var. Jag har bara låtit det sova. Kanske hade jag inget kvar, men bara viljan att finnas kvar. Jag vill leva lycklig för att jag är jag. Kunna vara stark och fri. Se när natten går mot dag. Jag är här och mitt liv är bara mitt. Och den himmel jag trodde fanns, ska jag ana där någonstans. Jag vill känna att jag levt mitt liv. Thank you.
That was fantastic. Maya, before you leave, a little token of our affection. Fantastic song, and again, brilliant. And for those of you that do not understand Swedish, the lyrics are very much about what we are here to talk about. For women to be able to be in their full power, to be expressing the joy of life, and to be able to feel strong. So thanks again for joining us. I'd like now to ask Frida, the graphic recorder, to send up on stage some of her graphic illustrations and recordings of the opening session here. Wow, we even have pictures here. Wonderful. And And this is a work in progress, as it always is when you work with graphic recorders. They do fantastic work, but they also do, let's say, post-production before it's sent off to us in the working group here. But as you can tell, Frida has framed and abbreviated and noted the most important comments here from the speakers. From Minister Brandberg, it's really high time to prioritize this subject. And from Commissioner Dali, equal pay, empower women, be united. And from Director General Lena Agh, important also to support. Now we have a big heart. Well, that's also wonderful. That's moved. As I just said, it's happening live, and it's fantastic. Important to also support the actors on the way. Put this on top of the agenda. And Colleen Schele, note the victim of violence. The victims are invincible, but also invisible. I'd say it says invisible, but they are also, it should be invincible, right? Because that's what we all are, humans. We should be invincible. And 45% are victims today. It's staggering numbers that we really are here to talk about and to address. So thank you very much, Frida, for this strong start of the graphic recording of this conference. We are now going to break for coffee. There is plenty of time for you to interact and mingle. But before I do let you go, I'd like to ask the speakers, all of the speakers for today, to follow the signs outside for a family photo session in this direction. And also, we meet back here again at 10:30, so there's plenty of time for you to mingle and interact. And of course, don't forget to go straight to the photo session. And there is one more comment here, so please stay. Yes, the photo session is not until 10, so we're a little bit early in the program. So you can have coffee and then go to the photo session. So enjoy your break, and let's meet back here again at 10:30. Bye for now. Welcome back, all of you here present in Stockholm, and welcome back, Katarina, one of the interpreters here, and the other name is Jonas, for the gentleman who's also signing for the event here. And welcome back, all of you following this important event online. This is the first panel session, high-level opening session with a panel talk, and I'm very pleased to start this off with a real-life experience sharing. And it's my great honor to introduce Cecilia Nilsson, who is board a member of Unison, and head of the Women's Shelter Association in Höganäs, which is a fairly small town in the south of Sweden. And also Olga Persson, president of Unison, an umbrella organization of 130 Swedish women's shelters and young women's empowerment centers. And you are here to share with the first-hand testimony of an experience of economic violence and how this can affect a woman's life. So please give them a very warm hand indeed. You have the floor.
So, thank you so much for the introduction. And my name is Olga Persson, as mentioned, and this is Cecilia Nilsson, my dear friend and colleague, and also a survivor of violence against women. And but you're also an expert in this field, and we are both part of the women's rights movement in Sweden, which is the most important thing, to have legislation, to have protection and support of women, and to have prevention of violence against women. The independent women's rights movement is by far the most, the success factor actually in a country. And we are proud to be here together with all of you. Sweden has been in the forefront of children and women's rights for a very long time, and me and Cecilia are two of the ones that will actually watch over all of you, so we don't fall behind. A first-hand testimony, Cecilia, and we have been talking a lot about economic violence this morning, and you will give voice to 1 out of 3 women in Europe that has experienced violence against women. But what is the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear the term economic violence?
That economic violence is not isolated. It always goes together with other terms of violence as physical, psychological, sexual, latent, social, and digital. Always. And always to think about that a woman who has no finances, we should always see warning signals, possible financial violence, because I think that the economic violence is not something you can see directly. The other terms we have talked about a lot, but just economic violence, it's we haven't talked about it so much, but it can be very tough for a woman.
And all these kinds of violence actually creates like a pattern, and they reinforce each other, that we heard also from the former speakers, but still the knowledge about economic violence is low, even among women, how to get out of it. And the political will is kind of slow, I would say. And I hope that this conference will actually provide us with some concrete examples for political will also, how to prevent the economic violence. But could you describe some concrete examples of acts of economic violence that you experienced during your violent relationship with the one we should not mention by name? He has lots of names, but we will not say them in here. But could you describe concrete examples of violence?
He often gave double punishment by leaving me in the store when we were due to pay. I never knew if there was money on the card. Often it wasn't. Just when he did that, just when he walked away, he knew that we don't have money on the card. It was like he enjoyed that, seeing me there, ashamed and small, and not know what should happen now. When I then came home, without any food, of course, because it wasn't any money on the card, he got furious and wondering what we are going to do now. What food should we take on the table now? And I became a really master at putting together something to eat, which unfortunately often end up in the kitchen wall, because it was always something it was not okay about the food.
It wasn't good enough.
No, it was never good enough.
So first you were ashamed because you didn't have any money in the store, and then the food was wrong. So what did you do? You did some resistance against all this violence.
Yes.
And I would like you to share also the experience of the resistance.
The resistance was that I always had a moment number two. I always figured it out when we were at the store, that what do we have at home? Because I knew what should happen, of course. And I can take another example first. When we have our salaries, we had them put in a bank account, and he took out the money and put them in some envelope.
Kuvert, yeah.
And it was one for me, one for the food, and one for the children. And often if I need some more money, because it was, you can see it was never so much money in that. I learned to when I should ask him, how I should ask him. And sometimes I get some money to buy some clothes, go to the dentist, or what it was. And but often, a week after, he gets furious because it was not good that I had spent money on something that it wasn't, that my money I got should be paying for all. So when I got some money I could spend, I always asked to not give kvitto. Receipt. And then I could take 10 kronor here, 20 crowns here, and so I felt like I was the owner of my money. It was so important to me. It was important for all of me to stand up for what he was doing to me.
So even if it was a little bit of money, at least it was yours,
yes.
On your own to decide about.
Mm.
But we have heard a little bit of the concrete examples now in your everyday life. But we know that economic violence has long-term effects also on women's lives and on society as a whole. You can have difficulties in getting permanent housing, for example, or employment, because you have debts. Mm-hmm. So can you also describe something that happened after you have been able to leave this violent relationship? Mm-hmm. How were your economic situation after the relationship?
Mm. I can say that it's not a woman who gets out of a violence relationship that have money. You always, I have met so many people, and I can see it to myself, I have nothing. Because you leave at night, you leave without nothing. clothes, furniture, food, nothing. So just there at start as nothing. And when I get a new apartment, there were coming bills to me. Bills of things that he bought, that I even know that he has bought. And he bought it when we were together, of course. And at that time, it was often that you could buy now and pay 6 months later, a year later. So these bills come, and I never knew. And at that time, I wasn't so self-insecure that I go to him and said, what is this? And when you go to the police, they always say that you can do nothing because he had your card and he used it. He has your signature. No, I haven't signature, but it was a signature. So I think that the society weren't there for me at that time and for my children. It was so many months that we live on macarons.
And do you have some advice for this very important audience? What would you like them to take away from this conference when it comes to paving a path for prevention and when it comes to economic violence? Because you said that you had nothing when you left the relationship.
I think that economic violence must be a question that we take really, really seriously, that we dare to ask about it, that we can see that a woman not having her own financial, we can always think, have that in our mind. Could it be? Because I think when you go to a bank or to social security or something, you should be able to get a question. And maybe you don't say yes at the time because you maybe don't dare or couldn't, but maybe the 5th time you said, yes, I have nothing, and then you can get help. But we must dare to ask it. We must have it in our memory always to ask it. And it takes a long time to get control of your financial. And I think we must believe in the woman and get her the proud that she deserved.
Yeah. How did you regain your economic confidence? Maybe that's a new term that we should provide for women around Europe, because it takes a long time. It's a lot of stigma. Being poor is still a very high stigma in the world, and in Sweden, the most gender equal country in the world. You don't talk about money. You don't talk about not having money. So how did you regain this economic confidence?
I think I met the right persons, and I start with the little things, and I think it was okay to do that. But most of all, I dare to talk about it, and when I did that, things were going to happen. There happen things. For each single times, it was not much. But when you get help with that and that and that, you begin to be, oh, I can do this. This gonna be okay. And for each time, you get self-insecure and you believe in yourself. And I think that's important to, and we must all do that. It's not just the society. We must do that as each other.
as friends and colleagues and everything. We have like 3 minutes left, and we should start to sum this up so we don't take time from other important speakers, even if you're the best. But would you like to add something more? Did you forget to tell the audience something important?
I think that we never should forget that a woman exposed to violence always resists in her own way. And this we must see and confirm to give the confidence back. I think that's the most important thing.
So we should all focus on the resistance that women and children are doing all over Europe every day towards violence, because that's where the agency is, that's where the strength is, and that's where it all happens. And I think it's very, very important also to add that we need brave politicians and we need brave civil servants, and we depend on each other to actually do something about this problem, because we are able to do it together. And we already have a lot of brave women. And thank you so much, Cecilia, for being such an inspirational leader to me and to many women out there. And thank you for all the resistance you gave towards the violence. And thank you for being here today and for doing what we all should do, tell it like it is. So thank you so much for listening.
I think this calls for a standing ovation for Cecilia. I think this is remarkable. Such a strong... Oh, no. You have to get some wonderful Swedish gifts here. Thank you so much, Cecilia, and thank you so much, Olga.
Thank you.
You're a strong and important and very empowering message. Thank you so much again for sharing it.
Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, there will be a slight change of decor here on stage. Meanwhile, please bring back your telephones. We need to utilize our Menti again, because we have our first panel talk coming up. And of course, we would like to have your questions to the speakers. So the code, you still have the code. If you log in, this should be there. Otherwise, we'll get up on, here we go. It's on the screen. So type in your questions. And if you have a question that is addressed to a specific speaker, please type that into. And I will start by conducting the panel talk with the speakers, and then at the end of this session I will bring up the questions here via the magic of Google Docs on this computer. So I will get the questions from you here, physically in the room, and also those of you joining us online. All right? So we look forward to reading your questions. And now, the stage is set for the first panel talk here. We have 4 distinguished speakers who would dig deeper into this topic at hand. And it's my pleasure to introduce, first, Irena Mosova, Director for Equality and Union Citizenship, Directorat General for Justice and Consumers of the European Commission. And please give her a warm hand, and please take a seat. It's also my pleasure to introduce Dina Vardamutu, Secretary General of the European Women's Lobby. Please join me. A warm hand for Dina, too. And Martin Andreasson, State Secretary to the Swedish Minister for Gender Equality and Deputy Minister for Employment. Please give a warm hand. And last but not least, Nicole Amelin, Member and former Chair of the CEDA Committee and former Minister of Equality and Parity of France. So, and this session will also be graphically recorded by Frida Adamsson. We've already heard a bit about economic perspectives on gender-based violence, and I'm sure you, just like me, were very moved by the statement here from Christina and the interview by Olga. So I'd like to ask you, to open this session by, in a few minutes, state if there are any additional economic perspectives on gender-based violence that we should consider. And how do you, from your platforms, strategically and practically work with this topic? And I'd like to start with Irena Mosova, please, if you would like to share your initial comments here for a few minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to Swedish Presidency for bringing this topic, which is not so well known yet and not so well explored by many very important actors, but also for giving us this opportunity by Olga and Cecilia to hear the first-hand experience of somebody who really suffered from this very specific type of the violence. Well, speaking in this panel already following up the introduction by my commissioner Helena Dalli, who made kind of the short presentation on this intersection between the violence against women and economic violence, and therefore I can be rather brief. What is extremely important for the European Commission that I represent is to have the common fight against the violence against women in all the aspects. And therefore, so we are using many tools. We are using the legislative tools, we are using also the policy tools, and we are using also the funding. So these are the three key elements that we at the European level engage. But of course, we cannot do it alone. We need allies, and that's why I'm so happy to have this very interesting composition of the panel, because we would be absolutely toothless without the support from the member states, from the civil society organizations, and also with our partners in the global world, but from the point of view of the international organization. So this is the key. Now, how we address it. So it is, again, the approach which is, I would say, more horizontal. We have now, from 2020, a gender equality strategy, which looks in the different aspects on the gender equality together, because there is many intersection, and also Kalin, so in her speech, so has been addressing it. So we are looking at the different aspects, violence against women, but also the economic strife of the women, the participation in the leadership, which is also important to have a say, because it is very important, but also to look into the way, so how we can mainstream those elements into all the European policies, where we are still in the learning process, because, for example, for the area of the gender budgeting, which is so dear to our Swedish colleagues, and they are masters and champions in Europe, so we are only now developing the methodology in order to mainstream the gender budgeting in all the funding at the European level. So I will probably stop here because there are other speakers, but I will be very happy to contribute with the more concrete examples, so what we do at the European level.
I think I'd like to stay with you for a minute, just to give a few more examples and what support there is available from the EU.
Maybe I should start with the legislative proposal that is currently being discussed in the Council. It is the first ever truly European instrument addressing the violence against women, but also domestic violence. And for the first time ever, the economic harm makes a part of this new definition of the violence against women. So this is a completely breakthrough. We believe that with this new legislative proposal, so we will be able to address many facets, starting from the prevention, from the support to victims, but also, and this is very important, looking for the first time also on the criminalization. And somebody mentioned also the digital dimension. So in the difference with the Istanbul Convention, this proposal also covers the cyber violence. So with this proposal, so we aim at building up a safety net for the victims, but also to work with the perpetrators and also with the bystanders, because it is very important to look on the ways how to increase the understanding of these factors that are sometimes invisible, but they should never stay not addressed. And therefore, so we want to invest with the member states, but also with the civil society through our funding in the ways how to support the victims, but how to, for example, also work with the men and boys, because they are very important partners in that. And very soon, so in our mutual learning seminar, so I think it is Austria and Ireland hosting in 2 weeks' time, we will share the best practices, for example, how to involve men and boys in order to support the victims, but also to understand that this is a violence which is simply not tolerable and not acceptable.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Irina Mosova. So, Dina Vardamatu, my initial question here and how you strategically and practically work with this topic, and if you'd like to add any perspective, please share your statement.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation and for putting civil society along with institutions and government and the legal binding instrument for combating all forms of discrimination against women. And we take it as a very good omen for the 5 years of the presidency. And I would like publicly to provide our support, our work, everything we do to make feminist Europe. Europe free of violence against women and girls, Europe where the work of women is not only acknowledged and taken into consideration, but it's on a daily life. And that means gender mainstreaming. So one of the things we do is to work on gender mainstreaming because it does not seem to be working to the level we would like to. So we focus our work on gender mainstreaming. We focus also our work on being the bridge in between women on the ground, and I'm really honored and privileged to represent here a membership-based organization with more than 2,000 women organizations on the ground. So we make sure that we make their voices heard, taken into consideration, be included in all the legislative measures. And then the second thing is to work very closely with in Brussels to make sure that we talk about swift adaptation of legislation. We do our work on a daily basis for the accession of Istanbul Convention, finally, because Istanbul Convention not only saves lives, but it also puts the solid foundations of an equal society, and with that we comply with the Lisbon Treaty obligations, that gender equality, women and men, are equal within the EU institution and within our daily life. And I keep on saying daily life because it is very important to keep in mind and acknowledge that what we discussed today affects women's lives like we heard before, and we should start indeed telling it as it is. And thank you for putting that in a line. Thank you very much. And the third thing we do is we try to monitor. We try to see what is working, what is not working, especially nowadays with these really challenging times. I don't know how to, and where to begin. War, armed conflict, instability, feminization of poverty, increase in homelessness, where women keep on being the invisible, the pay gap, pensions, when women are suctioned, and they suffer from some gaps, not some gaps, from the gap, the energy cost, food crisis, increase in femicides all over Europe. So something is not working because, as my colleague and friend said, we have tools, we have the means, we have the will, so we have to put the hand on the things that do not work. And this is discrimination against women, economic perspectives and prevention, and all that should be up front in the agenda. I could be talking for long because, you know, I'm Greek and we love talking. And I would like to say that what is important to us at the European Women's Lobby, and I'm going to be slightly repetitive, is that we bring the voice of more than 2,000 women organizations in Brussels, and that it is very, very important to know how what we are discussing today, and I'm sure about the fruitful recommendations, how they will reach every single corner of Europe, and how women and men will benefit from that. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Dina Varmatur. Could you share an example of something that has worked in this process that you really would like to sort of highlight in terms of successful legislation or intervention?
Okay, Women on Board, after a long time on hold. The directive, after many years, we have something to work on. So we do have tools, but we need to improve, and we need to be, should I say, restless and stubborn?
I think those are very good adjectives. Restless and impatient, absolutely. Thank you very much again. And over to you, Martin Andreasson, your perspectives on this topic, please.
Thank you. And first of all, I would like to thank Cecilia Nilsson for her testimony. And I'm very grateful that Cecilia and Olga agreed to share it with us today. I think it's very, very important that when talking about the issue of economic perspectives of gender-based violence, we really need to have the far-reaching consequences for the individuals in focus. That is what it's all about, and it's very important also that we see both dimensions of the topic that we discussed today, both the far-reaching consequences, economic consequences of gender-based violence, both for the individual, but also for society in general. And we have heard the staggering sums that the consequences add up to when looked upon on a systemic level. But also, on the other hand, that gender-based violence is often takes economic form, as we have heard and as we are all aware of. So the political challenge is to have both these dimensions in focus, and we talk about an attack on the very core of a person's freedom, autonomy, and human rights. There is one term that Olga and Cecilia shared with us, which I would like to highlight once again, and that is economic confidence. I think that's a very useful term when talking about how empowerment and autonomy can be combined into. It's when a person feels confidence, then a person has a stronger possibility of walking out of an abusive relationship, and we can start a turn for the better, also on a systemic level. I would like also to underline that for the government which I represent, the fight against men's violence against women is a priority. That goes both when it comes to preventing and also combating violence and other abuse. And my government, or the government which I represent, is intensifying also its efforts to prevent and combat honor-related violence and oppression. And in all these aspects, the economic dimension must be present. For instance, I might mention one important report that was published by the Swedish Gender Equality Agency quite recently. This agency conducted a survey of 86 women living with protected personal data. Almost all of the women who participated in this survey had been subjected to violence from a partner during a long period of time. And they had been subjected to physical violence, psychological violence, sexualized violence, and also economic violence, which had far-reaching effects on both the women themselves, but also in many cases their children. And these economic consequences are often have long-term effects. It can be extremely costly, as we all know, to walk out of an abusive relationship. And we talk about a form of violence which can be both about being totally economically dependent on an abusive partner, but also that the partner, as we have heard, is using economic violence as a way of controlling the other person. So once again, when combating and preventing violence against women, men's violence against women, you must at all levels, both on the local level, local authorities, the national authorities, but also on the European and the global level, you must keep in mind, and you must have an awareness of the very far-reaching economic consequences, and also the deeply and the very and also the economic aspects of the violence as such. And I'm very grateful that we can have a conference where all the stakeholders can be. I mean, I look upon very positively that we have both national authorities, we have civil society, we have the European institutions, and we have the global institutions present here. We all can make a contribution in changing things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin Andreasson. If I may, you have recently formed a government here in Sweden, and could you please elaborate a little bit on your plans on this in this area, how you plan on working with domestic violence and economic violence?
Thank you. First of all, I would like to mention that there is impressive work being done today that must continue. I mentioned the work by the Swedish Gender Equality Authority. I would also like to mention the work being done by the Swedish Enforcement Authority, which will co-lead one of the workshops here tomorrow. And this authority is doing impressive work in increasing awareness about economic violence, as well as giving information and help to those who've been affected. And they highlight, for instance, how this can take expression in forging signatures on contracts, having far-reaching economic consequences for the victim, forcing the partner to give away the security codes to bank accounts, and the perpetrator forcing the victim to take loans or taking loans himself in the other person's name. That is an important piece of work that is being done, which we look upon very with great interest. Also, on a systemic level, the Swedish government is working according to a 10-year national strategy to prevent and combat men's violence against women. And one of the first measures that my government announced when taking office is that we will now start the work to put forward a new long-term strategy, since the time scope of the present strategy it's not ending shortly, but we see that in a few years the work will continue. Will need to continue. And we have also started drafting a new action plan for the period of 2024 to 2026 against men's violence against women. And there also, of course, the economic dimension must be present. And this action plan, as well as the current action plan under which we are working, contains a number of concrete action and a number of concrete plans which we will implement during the forthcoming years. And there, of course, as I mentioned, both national and local authorities as well as civil society is important. Finally, also, since we are chairing the council during this semester, I would also like to underline that gender equality is one of the areas where we hope to make substantial progress during the Swedish presidency in the Council. The EU accession to the Istanbul Treaty was mentioned. There is an intense discussion in the Council, and we hope that we, during our presidency, can make substantial progress in that important topic.
Well, thank you very much, Martin and Andreas, and of course we'll be coming back to all of you with more questions. Now, please over to Nicola Amelin for your reflections on the initial question here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And let me first, on behalf of the CEDAW committee, to greet all of you and to congratulate Sweden for its presidency. We wish the best. We need gender champions, and we are confident in the capacity of EU to reinforce equality. 3 minutes, 3 words, if I may. Innovation, acceleration, and mobilization. First, acceleration. I think that lesson learned from crisis and all the challenges we are facing nowadays call for a new impetus. And the CEDAW committee considers that state parties have to reinforce, have to consolidate the legal framework, the CEDAW Convention, of course, but Istanbul Convention, which provides a list of new gender-based violences, and it has been elaborated in line with the CEDAW committee, and of course ILO Convention. And we think that this is a priority because it's very important to have a legal framework. And we recommend to keep a global interactive approach, as it has been said, because it's very important not to isolate some issues from the others. The fight against stereotypes, of course, economic empowerment, education, national machinery and training of police, justice officers. Everything is very important. Secondly, innovation. The CEDAW committee considers that we need to find new paths, and we recommend measures as special temporary measures. And I think that it is a very important way to think and to rethink equality now. And I note that the private sector can be a very strong and key player. And we have some very, very good initiatives, like career management, staff training, but also some practices aiming to create an enabling environment at work for women, and for instance, to create flexibility in work organization in case of violences at work or at home. And it's very important. We have also new concepts as zero tolerance on GBV or social inclusion and diversity. And my proposal is maybe to extend these very good initiatives to widespread practices. We have indicators. We have a very good indicator in France called GIS, which really covers all this issue. And I think that a strong and robust dialogue with private sector could be a very, very good way to progress. And I would like to finish on the third word, mobilization. It's a very good and strong image because we have the international level, national, European, and civil society. And the CEDAW committee has decided to launch a new general recommendation on equal and inclusive representation of women in all decision-making systems. And I think that if you consider AI, for instance, you see that there is an alarming gap between men and women. In Europe, about 20% of women are in the head positions in this sector. But we have also a large gap in the world regarding parliamentarians. Only 25% of parliamentarians are women. It's not possible to keep these figures. And I propose to change the paradigm. And I count on you because we need your support. And I think that we have to stay on the concept of rebuild better. We have not to abandon the idea to build a better world with a world free of violences and women on leadership positions. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Nicole Ahmadine. And I'd like now to open up for questions any of you can answer. Previous speakers have mentioned several times that we are in a multiple crisis situation with the war in Europe, with the financial situation, and also, of course, the overarching climate crisis and environmental crisis per se. So how do we, in this situation, make sure that we do not forget and leave behind the most vulnerable people in this conversation here? Because this is what is at hand, not leaving anybody behind. Who would like to start?
Yes, if I can just add a word about that. I think that time has come to consider women's rights not only as fundamental rights, but as really drivers of change, of peace, of sustainable development. And we say that, but we have really to translate in a reality, because women, and we are working on resolution 1325, it's not the topic today, but everything is linked. And we need really to consider women as a leading force for peace. Thank you.
Thank you. There is even an organization called She Changes Climate, She for Climate, sorry. So there are indeed in this topic of climate. So would you like to add, Dina, and then Irena, please?
I would like to, but she just stole my line.
She stole your line.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
That happens when you're in your company. Yeah?
Well, I should be upset, but I'm not, because that shows that, you know, great minds alike. Thank you very much for that. Indeed, because when we consider women as change makers and change agents, then you can see that the narrative changes. And may I, if I have the chance of saying how the narrative would change, let's say that we open up a newspaper and we read an article, and there we see a woman was raped by 2 men last night at the university campus. Okay, what would be if the article heading was 2 men raped a woman at the campus last night? So the narrative changes.
Yes.
Maybe it's not a glorious example, but that shows that we need to fight even another form of discrimination against women, which is the institutional one. And we do need to have more women in everything. We have women as participants at the delegations, but not so many at the negotiations. So that would be a good, thank you.
Coming back to the climate negotiations, if you remember the image of the leaders, the world leaders, I think there was 1 woman. So again, representation. Irena, would you like to add, please?
Yes, I would like to make 2 comments, actually. One commenting on what Nicole and Konstantin have said. So indeed, so the strong empowerment of women in the global leadership, but also in the national governments, parliaments, is extremely important. And just an example, so you mentioned crisis. In the COVID crisis, the governments, being led by the women, had much better performance and embracing performance, which precisely did not left anybody behind. So this is a good example to bring, so showing how badly we need more representative participation of women in the leadership. And the second part of my answer would be, let's say, with the smart policies and smart funding. And again, a good example, the crisis. Of course, that at the European level, we have many specific targeted programs that are addressed specifically to address the victims of the violence. But the crisis we look at also from the point of view of the opportunity, because there is a huge funding, and the whole funding is going now for the reconstruction and reforms. But we oblige the member states to take the gender lens and to make sure that in these reform programs as well, nobody is left behind. So there are allocated funding and also reform which keeping an eye on the gender equality and taking this a big financial opportunity on reconstruction after the crisis, also as an opportunity to give women a new working path, new job opportunities, changes in the qualifications. I think that Nicole mentioned artificial intelligence. We are badly missing women, so working in the areas linked to artificial intelligence, but also digitalization. So let's look at this crisis with the lens of opportunity and seek the way so how we can make the best for women out of it.
It's a time for reinventing things, I'd say.
Yes.
Martin Andreasson, what would you like to add on this topic of crisis affecting the most vulnerable, and in this case we're talking about women and economic violence?
Thank you. And as you said, we know that we live in turbulent times. We have several crises adding up on another. I will only give two examples. First of all, but I would like to confirm that this is really something where we strong. Where we must keep in mind that crises frequently strike hardest against those who are in a vulnerable position from the very beginning, and that includes many women. And we see, for instance, during the COVID crisis, we know that it has had negative impacts on as regards women's economic activity, and also exposure to violence, exploitation and abuse. And those negative consequences must never be allowed to become permanent. They must be in focus when combating the consequences of the COVID crisis. Also, we have the situation, the crisis following Russia's unprovoked invasion and war against Ukraine. We have had millions of Ukrainians, mainly women, girls and boys, having to flee their homes in the largest displacement since World War II in Europe. And we have great number of individuals, mostly women and girls, who are at heightened risk of being exploited and abused for sexual and other purposes, as well as trafficking. And this must be a priority and this is something that needs to be always in focus. When it comes to my country, Sweden has greatly increased the humanitarian aid due to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and has also provided targeted support to the United Nations Migration Agency for efforts against human trafficking in Ukraine. That is also something that the national agencies in Sweden follow very, very closely when it comes to individuals coming to Sweden. I might also mention that the Swedish Presidency will hold a special conference later on in March on prevention models to address the demand for trafficking for sexual purposes. And that conference will be hosted by the Minister of Justice, Gunnar Strömmer. And of course there also the need to focus upon the trafficking situation in Ukraine and neighboring countries will be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin Andreasson. I'd like to turn again to Nicola Amelin here. I have a specific question for you regarding your work at the CEDAW Convention. Could you please share some examples, because we do all love examples, don't we, right? Examples of links between economic empowerment, that Cecilia gave such a strong embodied really the need for that. Links between economic empowerment and prevention of gender-based violence, made as a part of the CEDAW Committee's dialogue with the state parties under the CEDAW Convention, because I do know you have some good examples.
Thank you very much. It's true that the CEDAW Convention is a wonderful tool, if I can say that, because it covers all the issues, and we consider that one of the best response to violence is, of course, empowerment. So, and prevention of violence. More and more, we encourage state parties to to make a specific effort on prevention and repression, of course, but prevention for us is more intelligent. And we consider that a fight against stereotypes, including at school, in the professional orientation, are absolutely crucial, because we see that what we notice that from the start, from the childhood, we see that some stereotypes, some violences can accompany the girl, and we have to pay attention to the girls more and more. It's the reason why we ask the state parties to be vigilant on this part of the life of women. And secondly, we consider that, once again, the private sector can be really a very good player. And of course, I know that quota here are not very well considered, but we recommend to use very strong measures, because sometimes we can be sure that companies can be very volunteer, but sometimes we need binding rules. But my recommendation is really to pay attention to young generations today, to the girls specifically.
Thank you very much indeed. Would anybody like to add on this topic of, for instance, quotas? The need of that? I know it's a difficult one, but please do.
Very happy, because there is a long-term tradition in some member states, but also Europe-wide, because we are organizing specific actions Europe-wide for the young girls, precisely so preparing for the coding. So we sponsor along the member states, and if my commissioner would be here, so she was actually the pioneer, because she be involved in such a project in Malta as well.
Excellent, thank you very much. Would anybody else like to add? Otherwise, I'm going to look at the massive amount of questions coming in. So I think I'm going to cut my own questions short and turn to the questions from the audience, if you feel that you have.
She stole my lines again.
She stole your lines again. Well, that's I guess, again, when you're in good company, that happens. So let's see. Questions here for politicians, policymakers. We keep hearing the word invisible this morning. How can we increase visibility of the violence apart from providing data? What actually would raise real awareness? So, anybody who would like to jump on that one, please signal. Dina, go ahead.
As I said before, civil society has the means, the experience, the tools, and the pathways to reach out to women and vulnerable groups on the ground. So I think that the real question is how all that experience, skills, challenges, everything gets incorporated in the decision-making field, into legislation and monitoring that, so that the prevention comes higher on the agenda, because it's always better to prevent than to cure. And by doing that, we have to take all voices into consideration, to tell it as it is, and acknowledge the fact that our society, in spite of all the progress and the tools and all that, remains a patriarchal one and a sexist one. So we have to address the roots, young generations, create generations of people who believe in equality and all that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dina. Martin first, and then Irena, please.
Thank you. And on the topic of visibility, I would like to return to the importance of integrating the economic dimensions in all work against gender-related violence, both on the prevention side, but also when it comes to combating crime. That is also very important when it comes to the local and national agencies who are, including the healthcare system, who are in contact with persons who have been subject to economic violence. for instance, I might mention the report by the Swedish National Board for Health and Welfare, looking upon the local social services and their work in a Swedish context, and when handling cases of financial benefits, the local authorities or the local social services often ask questions about violence and try to highlight if there may be any aspect in the individual case where any dimension of violence is present. But there is a need to continue and improve this work. And also on the prevention side, I think that important prevention is also a matter of visibility, of educating and raising the awareness. And there I would also like to mention the importance of including both girls and boys from an early stage in order to address negative and destructive gender roles or stereotypes from an early stage in life. And there, once again, the role of the school system is fundamentally strategic.
Well, thank you very much, Martin and Irina, and then Nicole. Sorry, Irina was first.
No.
You're good.
Yes, first of all, I would like to very strongly agree what you have said. Data are absolutely key, because it's very difficult to concentrate on the awareness if you don't have a robust data for also forming the policies and the follow-up. Then I would make an echo to what Martin said about the stereotypes. Absolutely essential, also as a part of the more global awareness. You ask for the recipe, so this conference is precisely one of the recipes, because we will learn, first of all, so what the problem is and how to address it in the innovative ways and in the ways that we can adapt to our own constituencies. So once again, so a very good opportunity. And last but not least, since I'm coming from the European Commission, legislation. And let me give you a clear example. So equal pay. It has been enshrined already in the treaties, 1957, where we stand today. There is still a huge difference at the European level, which varies from countries from 9 to 20%. And therefore, so we have put forward a new legislative proposal, which is now to be finally adopted under the Swedish presidency, on the pay transparency. Why? Because we need to put a light on the very fact that the women are not being paid equally for the equal work or for the work of equal value. And without having the clear instrument and the understanding that there is a difference, there is this precisely obligations for the business companies to provide this information and to also give the possibility to those which are the victims of the discrimination to benefit from different tools which are enshrined in this instrument. So we cannot progress, and that's why. So it is, and I will conclude with that. It is important to put the finger into the problem and look into the best ways of how to address it, including the legislation like the pay transparency.
Thank you very much. In light of the pay transparency, there was some interesting news coming out of Japan the other week of companies being forced to be completely transparent when it comes to pay between women and pay gaps and salary gaps. Nicole, please.
Yes, I think that there is also a key word, accountability. We are all responsible of equality and how to move from victims to leaders. Olivia said the best response, saying that she felt humiliated, but nevertheless she has succeeded to overcome and to get a new responsibility. And I think a new leadership. And I think that the movement Me Too, for instance, has been really very helpful to break the silence and I think that the courage and the capacity of women to say what they feel is probably the key when they are victims of violences. But we are all together to push this visibility, and I share totally, if state parties consolidate the legal framework and if they consider equality as a priority, a real priority, we can hope the best, and again, we count on you.
Well, thank you very much, Nicole. We have a question here. We touched on this a little bit, norms. What potential do you see with working on social norms change and to challenge gender norms as part of the solution? And for those of you who are not Swedish, I can give a little bit of a short example that we actually had gender perspective in the preschool system on how you address and talk to children in some preschools. And from my perspective, there has been a positive result from this, but I'm not a researcher. So who would like to elaborate on social norms and the promises and the effects we might have in addressing them stronger? Martin, please.
Thank you. Just to give one example, one specific example of how to address this in school when it comes to countering, highlighting destructive norms and promoting an atmosphere where where such destructive norms are both highlighted and confronted and then can evolve. I would like to mention the ongoing campaign called "Jealousy is Not Romantic." Which is run by the Swedish Gender Equality together with other actors, and that is aimed at young people, both both young and boys and girls, and it's also available. It runs a website which is also available in English, so please have a look at it, and it's about countering the destructive notion that jealousy can be something romantic, but we all know that this is something that is a strong motor in taking control over the other person's life and undermining the other person's autonomy. And this is a very interesting campaign in order to look at gender stereotypes and create a climate where those can be both discussed and be reflected upon on a personal level. So that is one concrete example I would like to mention.
Thank you. It's a great example. Jealousy is not romantic. Please, Irina.
Yes, following this example, just to give you appetizer, because as a Commission we publish every single year annual report on gender equality, and we also are looking into the good examples from the different member states, so addressing these issues. So, for example, advancing to you, I will not reveal more, but there will be example of the member states actually investing in the campaign promoting the toys with the gendered aspect. So, for example, the cars are for the boys and the puppies are for the girls. So this is a kind of the campaign that we will be looking at. I think it is extremely important, again, to look into the stereotypes. We are also preparing kind of the targeted campaign focusing on the member states where this gap is larger. But let me again come back to my favorite topic, legislation. We have adopted the work-life balance already more than 3 years ago. So since last August, the member states were supposed to transpose it. And what is in the work-life balance proposal or directive now adopted? There is a focus on the care and the vision how women and men address the care from the not only stereotype point of view, but from giving allocation of the special leaves which are non-transferable. That means that the other earner is obliged to take this leave, or the couple will lose it. So this is a strong incentive, and precisely the purpose of this legislation, which is going broader also on the flexible working, but also first time ever considering especially for the carers, is to shift this balance, assuming that the carer is always woman, with the inevitable consequences on her employment participation, on the high or level of her wages, but also inevitable also leading to the pension gap.
And also the equal parenting equals more stable marriages. We see that statistic very strongly, right? So, Dina, would you like to add?
Yeah,
and I love that you're repeating that you love legislation. That's wonderful.
Yeah,
Bring it on. Yes.
Yeah, I think that a care deal would be great. I think that it would be great if we take into consideration that breadwinners are not only men, but are women as well. And to answer to the question, I think that the best approach would be not to be symptomatic, but sustainable. And according to our experience, language is a very important tool.
Indeed it is. There was just a video that went viral the other day of a young mother noticing how her child was addressed verbally differently depending on how the child was dressed. So if the child was more femininely dressed, she was cute, wonderful, sweet. And if the child was more masculinely dressed, the child was strong and forceful and brave. So the devil is indeed in the details in this one too. So, Amelie, would you like to add?
Oh, just a word. I would like to say that if we dream, it will be great to have an education to empowerment for girls at school, because social norms, patterns are so strong, so persisting in our societies that we need really to find new paths. But we have not spoken about minorities, and we have to say that minorities are victims of social norms in a very, very important way. And we have to pay attention to ethnic or other minorities which are victims of cumulative discriminations. And so it's one of the first fight. I think that we have to think about media and social networks, because it's probably a new source of social norms.
Thank you for pointing this out. Let's see, we have plenty of other questions here. It's like a buffet here I'm picking from. What does economic violence look like at a more structural level? We're sort of bouncing back and forth here, but it's always wonderful to take a little bit of a deeper dive. So the structural level of economic violence. Dina, please.
There was a practice in a EU member state regarding tax report. Up to, I think, a couple of years ago, a married woman could not submit her tax report on her own. It had to be done through her husband's.
Oh dear.
Okay, so this is economic violence, isn't it? Because it stated that a woman is succumbed to her husband and she cannot be an independent, financially dependent person. That practice is no longer in force, but we still need to look into the various legislations across EU, how women pay taxes, how men pay taxes, because at the Secretariat of the Lobby, we come from all over Europe, so we talk during lunch, because we do want to change the world. So we talk about practices and all that. And when it comes to pension and when it comes to taxes, in different countries, women might be more favorable, which is still a language issue. We shouldn't be favorable, we should be equal. So I think we should look into that. We should map. And I think the data was mentioned before. We should map, we should have data so we know how we should and could address the problem and the issue and the challenge to be effective.
Thank you for pointing out this aspect of taxation. And Sweden has changed the manner of how we maneuver around this quite a while ago. But anyway, it's different from different countries, but it's important to discuss it, obviously. Would anybody like to add, Martin, on the structural aspects of economic violence?
Thank you. Well, you might look at it from both ways. You have both the structural aspect of structural aspects of the violence as such, and the consequences which we have heard previously being described, and those are very, very far-reaching also on a structural and societal level, both when it comes to costs for the legal system, for the healthcare system, for the consequences of a decreased number of persons being able to participate in the workforce, etc., etc. But also, you might look at from a different angle, the structural aspects of the work against economic violence and gender-based violence in general. And there, I would like to just to build upon what Dima said, that there definitely you have a number of structural aspects which need to be looked upon on how to lay the groundwork for economic autonomy and economic empowerment. You have the tax system, you have access to affordable childcare, you have the importance of ensuring that persons who are affected of violence know that they can get support on a local level where they live throughout no matter where you live. And there you have the importance of the local social services, and once again you have the importance of partnering with civil society. So there are a number of structural aspects which need to be attended upon.
Thank you very much. And of course, in the Cecilia, in her example, stated that this was not just always the case in the beginning of this, sort of stepping out of a destructive relationship to have the support system. So it's always, we have to be vigilant of protecting it and enforcing this system, because, and also we know we have too many examples of women being of protective identities and not really being protected. So, of course, this is crucial. Irena.
Well, now it was Martin who stolen my line, but I can nicely build up on it, because you mentioned, Martin, the childcare, and I think this is crucial to have a very well established system of the childcare and long-term care. Therefore, I would like to praise the Council for adopting the recommendations put together into the care package last December, building up on the need of structural changes and allowing women not to stay at home, not be locked in home, and having the possibility to explore the potential while having these facilities available, and not only, let's say, during the standard hours, but also after school hours, because this is extremely important. And we have to look into the also remote areas, so rural areas where the density of the population is smaller, in order to have this possibility. Because what is the economic violence, the victim? So it's usually housewife status with no possibility to find a job, because the facilities are simply scarcity. The other part of the problem is how to address the victims, and here I would like to maybe call to several examples from different member states where already it exists, and we are calling for this as well in our directive on violence against women, to have the specialized centers that will be looking into the victims of the violence, not only from the physical point of view, but also psychological, but also to provide a support, economic support, to look into the social net available. So what are the ways, so how to help the women to get out from this vicious violence circle and to be able to enjoy independent life. As Cecilia has said, to be resistant, but to have also the network of the people to speak with. So not to be lucky, as Cecilia was, but to have something structured that will be as a standard service provided for the victims, enabling them to get out from this vicious circle.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's take a question here from the audience. How can we ensure that we have an intersectional approach when tackling economic violence? Also an inclusive approach of LGBTI women, women with disabilities, etc., etc. Who would like to address this important question? Please.
For us, it's a recurrent concern, and the CEDAW Convention and committee is very, very attentive to the consideration of minorities, as I said it. And we consider that it is a very, very key issue, because not only because it's a fundamental right, but also because we need social inclusion for the benefit of humanity. And it's a new concept for the private sector, as I said it, and we have to encourage it and to have a new approach of this subject, not as a constraint, but as an investment for all of us. And I think probably it's one of the new challenges that we have all together, and I know that EU, of course, is fully involved on that, but all over the world it remains a big issue, of course in line with social norms, with discriminations, with sometimes religious patterns. So we have really to make a big effort on this vision for the benefit of all of us.
Thank you again. Leave no one behind. It's a statement that really needs to be honored in all aspects, right? Irina, please.
Very quick reaction. Intersectionality is a key for all our strategies. Commissioner Dalli mentioned Europe of Equality. In all the strategies, gender equality, LGBTIQ strategy, action plan against racism, Roma framework, intersectionality is a key, and we simply didn't want to leave anybody behind.
Thank you very much. Let's take one final question from the viewers here in the audience. Can you see any connection between the digital divide and economic violence? I think it was one of you that addressed the AI, as I think was you, Nicole. Digital divide and the connection here with economic violence. Who would like to shed some more light on this one? Dina, please.
One of the reasons, keyword is one of the reasons that there are not so many women in politics as they could or should, is the fear of being harassed online. And according in an inter-research that took place in the parliament, the harassment online towards the female MEPs was so severe that 33.3, that means 1 of 3 of them, felt that the freedom of expression was severely affected.
That is, that's horrific. And
yeah, but
sort of takes a while to sort of process that statement.
Through synergy.
And of course, this affects the aspects of democracy and pushing this agenda of gender equality further on. Nicole, please.
If I may, I have spent 30 years in the French Parliament, and I must say that we cannot accept anymore that women are not in the capacity to adopt laws, to elaborate laws, because we know that it is the base of women's rights. And it's a pity to note that, as I said it, only 25% of parliamentarians in the world are women. So it's the reason why we have to create a change of paradigm. And I think that in line with the 2030 agenda, it's a momentum. And really, I call for your support, because the CEDAW committee has decided to create a new impetus. And many states, Sweden is on the forefront, I say, but it's true that we need to get a better result, a tangible result. And I think that we can imagine a quota, because it's a good approach. But not only, and you are absolutely right, we have to create a confident atmosphere and also a new attractivity. But really, I think very sincerely that it is probably the key factor of change today, and I count on you, EU too.
Thank you very much. And I have a few more minutes, so please, Irena, give your
2 points
answer.
to
And then
follow up
Martin.
on what Nicole has said. So, and now I'm addressing the virtual audience. Please go to the elections. Notwithstanding of what the level, local, regional, national, but also European next year, please go to elections, vote for the female candidates, or stand up yourself as a candidate in order to change the politics. Because without you, it is impossible to move this this equality to the where it should be. It's my first point. Second point, digital gap. We are observing how many of the traditional jobs that traditionally were reserved for women, they are disappearing. Thanks or due to the digitalization. And therefore it is extremely important to invest into the education of women, elderly as well, so in order to stay in the job market, but also to be better qualified for the this new digital challenges in the employment market, because otherwise so we will be facing another structural problem in the near future.
Thank you, Rena. And a short final statement from Martin Andreas, and then we need to look at the graphic recordings before we go to lunch. So please go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to first of all mention the obvious, that everything that we see in the non-digital world is also reflected in the digital aspects. I mean, we see it when it comes to the expressions of crime and the forms that economic violence takes on the digital arena. And I fully agree on the importance also of being very vigilant upon the horrendous level of harassment against women on the digital arenas. On the other hand, the digital arenas can also create new opportunities to prevent and combat economic violence and gender-based violence in general. We have a number of extremely successful outreach projects and where empowerment can be made a reality through digital arenas and enabling persons who were not able to join the physical arenas to participate on a digital level. So all in all, what that means is that you really need, once again, gender mainstreaming also when it comes to enabling us to use the possibilities in the digital transition.
Thank you very much. And let's now show the graphic recordings from this session. It's very colorful, and I'm going to go a little bit closer here. We have Olga and Cecilia up on the left here. And again, I think you, Cecilia and Olga, you noticed how important your statement was to open this conference and this session. So thank you again. Jealousy is not romantic. That's a great, let's say, well, statement, slogan, but that's something we could dig deeper into here. You have to remember everything. Well, that sort of goes with the trying to remember all the wise things you said here on the panel. But luckily, it will also be documented in writing, not just in the graphic recording here. What is working and what is not working? Well, this is what we've been circling around here, of course, and the global interaction, very much portrayed here by Nicole, of course, of the CEDA Commission. Mobilization, acceleration. Well, there is no stopping. There is no sort of cutting back in pace here in this important work, of course. Horizontal perspective. There's a mice on this, and prevention, of course. Always look upstream when addressing a problem. Prevention is always better than facing problems further down the line. And of course, the looking into the aspects of violence, both the physical, the psychological, and the economic, as Cecilia so bravely stated in her interview with Olga. Of course, that we always need to address how to increase the understanding of this topic, to constantly pick it up in conversations and workplaces and also in the digital format to be relentless. I think that's a good takeaway. And as I mentioned before, the digital the graphic recording here is a work in progress. It's fantastic work so far. So we'll just, I know Frida will be continuing this during the lunch. I hope you get to eat something too. And then, of course, this will all be puzzled together at the end and after the conference. Some words that I bring with me, of course, is legislation. It's almost like Bill Clinton said, it's the economy, stupid. You say it's the legislation. You didn't say stupid, but we need, of course, we need this. We need legislation big time. And also, we talked about data. We all know by now that if you can't measure it, you can't change it, right? So the importance of collecting data and keep collecting data. And of course, we addressed taxation. You brought that up. I thought that was brilliant because it varies in how you address taxation between the sexes, the genders. Childcare, of course. Next week I'm moderating an event that we're going to talk specifically on how this affects equality. And we had a book come out this last week in Sweden about the unpaid work. There was in-depth investigations on how this all starts from when you have children and how much of this unpaid work. Well, it's sort of not a. It's not a spoiler alert if I say whose side it's tipping over on, the unpaid work at the office and also at home, and of course social media. This is, like you said, Martin. It mirrors the real world, and sometimes it enhances the real world in ugliness. The social media, so we have to be vigilant and, of course, protect the young women from images and gender-based stereotypes. So, brilliant, all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. And I will be getting just a little bit of a token of affection here from the Swedish government, from your work here. And I know it is, I think I can manage. Here we go. It's a little vase. And of course, we always have to remind ourselves of bringing some beauty into our lives. So maybe a little spring flower here. Thank you very much. When we get there. Thank you very much. And thank you very much.
Thank you very
much. A warm applause now for the brilliant panel.
Thank you.
And now we need to refresh ourselves, replenish some energy. We have a lunch, and it's served. Well, you'll find it outside. You'll find the directions. And please use the opportunity to talk to somebody that you have not talked to before. And I think a great warm-up question here is, what interested you the most during this session? So please find somebody that you don't know and ask the person, what interested you the most in this session? And we start again at 1:30. See you then. All right. Welcome back. All right, please take your seats. It's time to commence. And welcome back, all of you watching this event online. We are very happy that we received, actually we had 30 questions from the audience. And I think I was able to deliver 4 or 5 of them. So don't be discouraged. We'll try to fit in as many questions as we can. So keep sending them in. And there's also colleagues here that are screening and picking out the most interesting questions to make them sharp, and they will be on the top list. All right. So please take your seats. We are now starting the second session here with panelists, and the title here, as you can see, is Unpacking Economic Violence and Abuse: How a Standardized Approach such as the Istanbul Convention can show us the way. And we will take a more narrow focus than in the previous session, and we will examine more in depth here how economic violence can be exercised as a direct form of gender-based violence. And also how this can, of course, be prevented, because that's what we're here for, to discuss how we can really start higher up and prevent these topics to even happen. And the Council of Europe's Istanbul Convention on preventing and combating violence against women and domestic violence, of course, provides an excellent framework for this discussion, as economic violence and economic harm are recognized and included in the Convention. The Convention is also a very meaningful starting point for discussion, since the state parties to the Convention have committed to take, I quote, the necessary legislative and other measures to exercise due diligence to prevent, investigate, punish, and provide reparation for acts of violence covered by the scope of the Convention, and that are perpetrated by non-state actors. So this is, of course, a really, really important foundation for this discussion. We run this session just like we did in the first session, the previous session. So again, submit your questions on the menti.com, and you have the code here on the screen. And now, to help us introduce this session here, it's my pleasure to introduce Iris Loarasi, President of the Council of Europe Group of Experts on Action Against Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, Grevio, to speak. Please give her a warm hand. And you have our full attention.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is absolutely my pleasure to be here, and I would like absolutely to thank the Swedish Presidency of the EU Council for the invitation to speak at this conference. I also thank you for choosing the topic that has brought us to Stockholm, tackling the economic perspective on gender-based violence from a prevention perspective, which is, for me, even more challenging. We all know that economic dependence of many women in abusive relationships prevents them from breaking free from circle of violence, and I certainly look forward to our discussion on the topic over the next 2 days. Regarding the presentation, like how the Council of Europe and Grevio can do and it's doing on tackling the economic violence, and how we as international convention and legislative framework support in addressing and preventing various forms of economic violence. I would very briefly will underline a few key facts. The Istanbul Convention is the first international instrument which has highlighted the need to protect women and girls from economic violence. According to the Convention, economic violence forms parts of both violence against women and domestic violence, each of which independently constitute a violation of human rights and a form of discrimination against women. It is also important to note that the Convention does not call for the establishment of a specific offense of domestic violence, but rather asks for the criminalization of its constituent elements, with the exception of economic violence. In addition, economic abuse is also a form of psychological violence. Economic abuse can be defined as controlling a woman's ability to acquire and to maintain economic resources, and it usually occurs in the context of intimate partner violence. It has negative impacts on the physical health of victims, such as the risk of poverty and reduced access to healthcare system. It also threatens the victim's financial well-being and independence, and consequently it affects their psychological integrity in a serious manner. We had a question in the first panel regarding the digital manifestation of economic violence. And as regards to that, Grevio have addressed that in the first general recommendation on digital dimension of violence against women, that it was adopted in October 2 years ago. The digital dimension on economic independence of the women can range in a very large scope, and it starts with bank accounts and financial activities of the victim through internet banking. And we also heard a story from the Sicily, which was also very touching and empowering at the same time. But the perpetrators can do that, and they damage victims' credit rating by using credit cards without permission, or filing all financial contracts, leases, loans, utilities, etc., in the name of the victim. And they also fail to make payments in time or payments at all, especially when it comes to the alimony payments. I will stop here in order to leave the floor to other participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please take a seat. And it's my pleasure to introduce the other panelists here. We have with us here Arba Kokalari, member of the European Parliament and European Parliament rapporteur for the Istanbul Convention. Please give her a warm hand and please take a seat. And I'm also very pleased to introduce Cristiana Carletti, advisor, Department for Equal Opportunities, Italy. Please give her a warm hand. And with us via digital devices here, we have with us Nicola Sharps-Jeffs. She should be appearing here on the screen any minute. And she is CEO, Surviving Economic Abuse. There you are. Wonderful to see you, Nicola. You are with us here in spirit. And if I may add, you intended to be here also physically, but due to the strikes in your country, it was impossible for you to venture here, but you are indeed with us. And also, I'm very pleased to introduce Wenche Nyarongo, Thematic Lead Economic Justice and Rights Coalition, Action Coalition from UN Women. Please, a warm hand for Wenche. Terrific. So we are 5 plus me. And Nicola, you see us all, and we see you. The speakers see you in front of them, and the audience, you're sort of larger than life here behind them, which is wonderful. So I'd like to start with introducing Arba. If you'd like to answer, my initial question here is, of course, to state in a few minutes how you work within your vested powers in your institutions. And the country that you represent with this topic.
Yes, so I want to thank you for this introduction, and hello everybody for coming here today, and also thank you for the Swedish government who is arranging this extremely important conference in this very important topic. As you said, I'm a member of the European Parliament representing Sweden and the moderate party, which is in government. And I've been in the parliament since 2019, where I'm in the Gender Equality Committee and the rapporteur for the Istanbul Convention. So in the European Parliament, there is in general a very big support for these issues on combating violence against women. There is a political support from many different political colors and party groups that we need to see a ratification of the Istanbul Convention in the European Union and also among the 5 remaining countries, because we've been trying to push for this issue for almost 10 years. Also, my predecessor were working on this issue. And because, honestly, we see that enough is enough. Over 1/3 of women in Europe are affected of violence or sexual violence. And we're living in 2022, and still these crimes are not being taken seriously. Too many women do not report these crimes. They don't have the trust in the justice system, and we have a justice system and authorities in many countries who do not know how to handle this issue or do not want to handle these issues. So this is also a fundamental right that we have so many women across Europe that do not have their fundamental rights to be free, to live a life without violence. And so we really want to make this a European standard that in our union, women should be protected, victims should be taken seriously, and that we would have a zero tolerance against violence against women. So there is a broad, I would say, majority in the European Parliament. And last week, we adopted the report on the Istanbul Convention, which I have written together with my co-rapporteur in the so-called LIBE committee, the Fundamental Rights Committee. It was adopted with a huge support, and in 2 weeks our report will be brought up to the plenary in Strasbourg, and we hope that this will become also an extra push for the Council to see that there is a huge support in the European Parliament and across all over Europe that the Istanbul Convention needs to be adopted.
Thank you very much. I'll return to you with questions further on, but I'd like to just give everybody a go first. So, Christiana, please, Kaletti.
Good afternoon, all, and thank you very much to the Swedish Presidency for this invitation. I'm an expert and advisor at the Department for Equal Opportunities at the Presidency of the Council of Ministers, and my greetings through me from the head of the department, Ms. Laura Menicucci, that is not here, unfortunately, but she was very happy that this invitation occurs, especially taking into account our new activity as far as the political side in Italy. Let me start from a very large consideration concerning the 2 issues that we are debating upon in this very timely conference. So from one side, the economic component, and on the other side, violence against women along the perspective vision. We have worked a lot, not only within the European Union as Italy, but also in the Council of Europe, and of course at the multilateral level for, of course, we listened this morning, the UN system, focusing on women empowerment. So we have started from this consideration that encompasses more or less both the component that I've mentioned before, because to empower women to be self-confident is a precondition to create a process. It is a long process, of course, in terms of self-esteem, self-efficacy, and self-determination. Only with these 3 parameters we could engage in something that, as women, would force us to be enough independent, also economically, but first of all as persons. So when we think about women's empowerment in Italy, we think about the personal dignity of every person, women included. And in Italy, just to mention what Irina said this morning in terms of legislation, the first point, policies, the second, and I could add case law. I will come back on this point in a minute. And at the very beginning, at the very end, the funding, there are not the a sort of later component. We have included economic violence in both civil and criminal codes. This is important because we have positioned this point to prevent GBV by criminalizing from one side, that it is quite natural, but also including this illicit in the civil code to have a specific focus on the domestic violence and indeed economic dependence from the partners. It is quite similar if we think about the non-independence in the family management daily. And we have, just as I mentioned before, at this point, the Supreme Court, the Italian Supreme Court, last April 2022, ruled about equating economic violence to physical violence. So it was a very relevant statement by the Supreme Court along the domestic violence offenses that are contained in the criminal code. This confirmed exactly what we have started in terms of including these illicit or offense both in the criminal and in the civil code. And of course, as to come to policies, and I close here, we have created our national policy around the pillars of the Istanbul Convention that Italy has ratified by law 77 in 2013. So our national strategic plan on male violence against women that covers the period 2021 to 2023 as along the axis concerning prevention, the economic component of violence included. I will come back if there will be the chance to give you some examples of the priorities we have included in the plan.
Excellent. You will indeed have time to get back on that. Yeah. So Nicola Sharp-Jeffs, please, how do you work with this topic? And please share your initial statement here with us.
Thank you, and thank you for having me here today. Thanks to the Swedish Presidency for arranging this really important discussion. I'm somewhat concerned that I'm larger than life. I hope I'm not too frightening on the big screen behind you. I can't see what I look like. I would love to have been here today, but unfortunately, because of the strikes, it's not been possible. So I address economic violence in two different ways. First as an academic and secondly as a chief executive of a national charity called Surviving Economic Abuse. So from an academic perspective, I first became aware of this issue having spoken to victims and survivors and its prevalence back in 2006. And that led me to undertake the first piece of research on economic abuse in the UK. And from that, I developed something, the Economic Abuse Power and Control Wheel, which is now used internationally as a really useful tool in terms of exploring this issue with victims and survivors themselves. I've since worked with a number of domestic abuse charities, including Refuge, in partnership with the Cooperative Bank, to establish the prevalence of economic abuse in the UK, because it's something when we come to later, our government is not currently measuring. And last year, I wrote a book on economic abuse for practitioners and policymakers. So that academic interest led me to undertake a travelling fellowship to understand best practice in the US and Australia back in 2016. And it was the things that I saw there that really inspired me to set up Surviving Economic Abuse. It felt important that women across the world had the same responses to this issue. So at Surviving Economic Abuse, our mission is to raise awareness of economic abuse, and we seek to transform responses to it. We do that in lots of different ways, but everything that we do is underpinned by lived experience of victims and survivors and our own research. And our latest piece of research looks at the global response to economic violence, including by region. So the European section, I'm sure, will be of particular interest to today's audience, and you can access that via our website, written by our fantastic research officer, Catherine Royal. We work with industry bodies and regulators in these spaces, alongside professionals and organisations. And when we can't remove the barriers to economic safety that we seek to remove, then we work with national government in order to do that. So through our work, economic abuse is now recognised and defined within the new landmark legislation on domestic abuse in the UK, which is called the Domestic Abuse Act of 2021. And Surviving Economic Abuse not only campaigned for economic violence to be recognised within that act and defined, as I said, but also for an amendment to existing legislation around coercive and controlling behaviour, which was established in 2015. So we are waiting the statutory guidance, which will help professionals criminalise economic abuse that happens alongside other forms of coercive and controlling behaviour post-separation. So because of that, economic abuse is now a priority within the government's Tackling Domestic Abuse Plan, and the government did commit £200,000 to work on economic abuse every single year, which is a positive step forward. And really importantly, the government also now recognises financial services as a key stakeholder in responding to domestic, including economic abuse, and urges financial services firms in the UK to sign up to something called the Financial Abuse Code. So 30 firms across 40 different brands have now signed up to that. And that creates principles to ensure that victims and survivors receive a consistent response across the financial services industry. And we're now working with the regulator, the Financial Conduct Authority, who have recently introduced something called the Consumer Duty, which, to our point about prevention, involves looking actually at how products are designed and how we can prevent economic abuse from happening by closing down the systems that perpetrators use. So that, in a nutshell, is my interest, surviving economic abuse's interest, and the UK government's interest in economic violence.
Thank you very much indeed, Nicola, from being present but not present. This is really important statement you're handing us here, sharing with us. So over to you now, Venki Nyong'o from UN Women, to give your opening answer to my initial opening question here, how you work with this topic, please.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Katarina, for having us here. I also want to thank the organizers of this wonderful conference. I think this is a nexus issue that has not really received enough attention, and one that we at UN Women are really taking interest in as well. I also just wanted to mention that I'm joined by my colleague, Cam, who is in the audience, and he works on prevention within our Ending Violence Against Women section at UN Women. So in case there are some questions that I can later not be able to tackle, Cam is also here to help me out.
So where is he? Wave, please.
Right. There you see his hand in the...
There you are, excellent. So I can find you later on if needed.
Absolutely,
yes.
We'll put him on the spot. Yeah, at UN Women, we've looked at economic perspectives of gender-based violence so far in a number of different angles, mainly from a policy perspective, but we also do a lot of programming work at global but also national levels, where we're really trying to work with different partners and especially governments in ensuring that we can enact strategies and policies and laws that cut across this nexus. Just to highlight a few of the main ones, one is we look at the intersections of migration and women working especially in the domestic sphere. We do recognize that we're living in unprecedented times where over 240 million people right now are on the move. Many are actually into forced migration. And here we are first of all looking at how we can support the intergovernmental processes, Secretary General reports around this very issue of eliminating violence against women migrant workers, but also really supporting the intergovernmental negotiations around the resolution around the very same topic. So we do benefit from a lot of people already sitting in this audience in really trying to make sure we can add the relevant richness to these processes that are taking place within the intergovernmental UN space. We do also rely on a lot of research work that UN Women has actually been leading, and we produce policy briefs, for example, the one that we just produced on tackling GBV against migrant women and girls, which actually finds that migrant women, especially when they're involved in irregular migration channels, they face increased risk of forced labor and also sexual exploitation, including forced prostitution and survival sex. We also have actually seen that 8.5 million women migrant domestic workers on insecure contracts faced income loss and much greater risk of abuse and exploitation, particularly those who cannot return home owing to travel bans and border controls during the COVID-19 pandemic. So these are quite telling statistics that we've actually been using in trying to advocate on policies that can actually be adopted at national level, but also within the international sphere on women migrant workers. We've also been looking at the intersection of between gender-based violence and social protection. And right now we're just concluding some research work together with CAM as well, which actually looks at the fact that out of the 52 countries that we've studied, only in 24 do we have social protection policies that have integrated something or a response on gender-based violence. This is in recognition of the fact that women's economic empowerment can sometimes raise the risk of violence when women are economically empowered, although at the very same time, the lack of economic empowerment does also impact women in the sense that they cannot lead an independent life or even escape abusive partners. We've also looked at, and now this is within the Action Coalition space on economic justice and rights and gender-based violence, on the elimination of violence and harassment within the workspace. And here we're taking a multi-stakeholder approach where we're working with governments, civil society, member states of the United Nations, youth organizations and youth-led youth leaders to look at strategies and ways in which we can advance the ratification of ILO Convention 190, but also the implementation of many of the tenets that are contained within that convention. So we're working now with more than 80 entities from around the world within that space to really try and advance on this very important convention's work. And finally, I just wanted to also mention that we look at the intersection of economic violence and various other forms of violence, given that economic violence is strongly interlinked with other forms of abuse, physical as well as sexual violence that are perpetuated by partners, and therefore we're actually trying to address this economic violence through a holistic approach on prevention and response to all forms of violence. I'll stop there for now.
Well, thank you very much, Wenche, for sharing the UN Women perspective and fantastic work you're doing. I'm circling back now to you, Nicola, to share with us some of the real-life iterations of this topic. What does research tell us? And also, other knowledge gaps and other policy gaps that you can address from your side, please?
Absolutely. So I suppose I'd like to start by addressing the difference between financial abuse and economic abuse, because the two terms are often used interchangeably. And we prefer the term economic abuse and like seeing it in the Istanbul Convention for that reason, because it recognises the broad range of tactics that perpetrators use to control their partners. So financial abuse we understand as financial control, so control of money and finances, and economic abuse, control of economic resources more broadly. So that includes things as basic as food, clothing, transportation, and housing. So I guess from that perspective, we see financial abuse as a subcategory of economic abuse more broadly. And research shows us that these economically controlling behaviours fall into three distinct constructs, which we've been able to prove statistically. So they include restriction, exploitation, and sabotage. Generally, people perhaps are more familiar with restriction. So this is things where a victim or a survivor is restricted through accessing their own money, perhaps because they don't have access to their bank account. They're not freely allowed to help themselves to food from the refrigerator or the cupboards. They're not allowed to get into the car without the perpetrator's permission. They're not allowed to use their mobile phone. So to the point that the previous speaker mentioned, and as illustrated within the economic abuse wheel, economic abuse does thread through other forms of coercive and controlling behaviour. So the example there in relation to a mobile phone, for example, very much speaks to the isolation that perpetrators will create for victims and survivors. The second construct or kind of category is the category of sabotage. So here we see victims and survivors, and I think you mentioned in your opening around the case studies that were heard earlier this morning of victims and survivors being coerced into taking out debt or having debt taken out in their name as a form of sabotage. We see victims and survivors have their money spent in ways that they don't want. So perhaps money has been put aside for something and the perpetrator spends it for something else, which then causes them to have to actually take out debt in order to make that payment. We see a lot of what I call refusing to contribute, and we're seeing more and more of that, certainly in the UK, where both partners earn well, but one partner, the abuser, refuses to contribute to household costs, including childcare. But they do insist on a certain standard of living at home. So we often see victims and survivors working 3 or 4 jobs, again, having to go into debt to be able to maintain the lifestyle that the perpetrator wants, all the time whilst the perpetrator is earning money and spending money freely. And what we see there is situations in which victims, survivors and their children often are living in poverty within a household where the abuser is living a very nice lifestyle and taking lots of holidays and designer clothes, whilst the victim or survivor is shopping from charity shops, for example. And also mentioned in the case studies this morning, all the liabilities being in the victim's and survivor's name would just be another example there. And then finally, we see refusing to, we see the, I'm so sorry, the examples I just gave were of exploitation. Apologies if anyone was confused. The final category being in relation to sabotage. So this is where a victim survivor's belongings might be destroyed. The perpetrator might seek to disrupt their employment in some way so that they lose their job. We see the sabotage of credit ratings, again, which was mentioned as part of the case studies. And we see that kind of failure to pay things like child maintenance. So the victim or survivor doesn't have that stability that they do need. So all of those behaviours generally fall under those 3 areas of restriction, exploitation and sabotage. But we do see that the perpetrators might use all of those tactics simultaneously. Sometimes they switch between them. So it can be very difficult sometimes to distinguish between them. But the overall effect, of course, is control, creating the economic dependency, which panel members have spoken to, but also really importantly, economic instability. So certainly with exploitation and sabotage, a victim or survivor might have access to a lot of economic resources. It's just that they can't control and manage those economic resources in the way that they want to. And that creates the instability. And if they're in a lot of debt, for example, it means that they don't have the disposable income that they need because they're paying back all the debt repayments to leave. So it leaves them in the same situation as someone who doesn't have access to the money that they need to get in the car or to get onto a train or onto a bus. So economic dependency and or instability have the same effect. And really interesting to note the point around women's economic empowerment. We see this sabotage and exploitation happening from perpetrators who are often threatened by women's economic resources and seek to destroy them. So in terms of knowledge gaps, just very quickly, we really need to understand how this is experienced by different groups. We also need to understand how those at risk of experiencing those who have multiple inequalities might experience economic abuse. And certainly understanding economic abuse in other contexts, such as modern slavery, for example. In terms of the policy gaps in the UK, while signed up to the Istanbul Convention, our social security system is discriminatory in that those who don't have a secure immigration status can't access welfare benefits because of something called the no recourse to public funds rule. So that's something that's really missing in terms of that safety net for victims and survivors in the UK. The Istanbul Convention also requires governments to monitor and measure economic violence, and certainly in the UK, that's not done adequately at the moment. There is some question in our national survey around crime in relation to financial abuse, but not economic abuse more broadly. As I said, it focuses more on money, and the question is very subjective because it asks about a fair share of household money. And of course, we can all interpret what a fair share means very differently, as you can imagine. And another issue, I guess, linked back to the convention is that whilst economic abuse is named in the Domestic Abuse Act, it is not a crime in and of itself. And that's something that victims and survivors in the UK are very keen to change. And there are particular challenges, I guess, around that, because whilst we try to evidence economic control in the coercive and controlling behaviour offence space, certainly it's one of the more difficult forms of control to evidence. So that would probably be another challenge for us, certainly in the UK.
Well, thank you very much, Nicola, for painting the picture. It's a grim picture, but it's important to have it painted so clearly with the different aspects and categories from your perspective. Thank you. Iris, I'd like to turn back to you here. The advantages of addressing economic violence, and abuse as violence against women. From your point of view, from Grevio's point of view, what are the primary winnings of this category and addressing it like it is?
Yeah, as we have heard from even the previous panelists and from the introduction speeches in the morning, economic violence is one of the most prolific forms of violence against women. And this is worldwide. It's not only in poor countries or it's not happening only in the developed countries, or it's not coming only from poor families or the rich families. So it's everywhere, but it rarely happens in isolation. In the process of evaluating the implementation of the Istanbul Convention, Grevio has learned that the economic violence usually serves as a gateway to other forms of violence, and especially it relates with the economic dependence of the women, often leading to other forms of violence. And this is why one of the main goals of the Istanbul Convention, it is the empowerment of women and also the economic independence of women, a goal that European Union instruments and policies can also greatly contribute to, as the economic empowerment of women is a strong indication that the country is moving away from traditional gender roles, and this country is working towards gender equality. So that's how we measure that. So in that respect, I will also would like to mention some areas of concern. So first, the empowerment and economic independence of women victims of all forms of violence is a key element for them to be able to break free from violence and also move towards their protection, but also move towards the rebuilding of their lives. Economic violence is a barrier to women waiting to leave their abusive partner. And through our monitoring work, we have been told that the lack of access to independently earned economic resources is also a key reason why many women stay with their abuser for very long periods of time. Even they know and they are fully aware that this is a destructive and it's a violent nature of relationship. Second, in turn, this is actually in turn increases the risk of women that are staying in this relationship with the abusers, and this means that the victims might expect even more dangerous situation, often including by injuries and in different cases also coming to femicide. Third, economic violence poses a barrier to living an independent life, even if women succeed in their intention to leave their abusive partner. But at the end of the day, still they are left often in debts or without immediate means to reconstruct and rebuild their lives.
Thank you very much, Iris. Just imagine the power that we can unleash in all these women that are kept under pressure and not being able to access their full potential from these restraints that that we're talking about. It's mind-boggling, really.
Yeah.
Christiana, I know you have great examples from Italy, but we are eager to hear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. Just to starting from the title of this session, and in particular from the standardized approach that, of course, the Istanbul Convention represents for all those state parties of the convention. We have worked along the axis of the Istanbul Convention. Earlier I've mentioned you the fact that our National Action Plan on Male Violence Against Women has been built along this axis. So it's important to have a clarity in terms of framework, policy framework, but at the same time to not consider these lines of action in silos. So this is the main reason why, without mentioning something that of course is part of our plan as far as the prevention, I could refer to one of the priorities, just to share to your attention some examples, that is the second axis, that it is the axis concerning protection and support to women victims of GBV in general. We have included one of the priorities that it is titled Open Economic, Financial, Labor and Housing Empowerment Pathway. So this is again another mentioning of the concept of empowerment that has included practically. So these are the two measures I would like to share with you. First of all, the so-called freedom income. It is an economic contribution that has been granted to every victim of GBV, and that amounts to 400 euros per person per month until 12 months, so 1 year of financial contribution. And just what Nicola mentioned before, it is exactly this point that should be highlighted. The fact that giving women the opportunity to access to this measure, they could open a bank account that is personal. It's not up to be used by anyone, with the exception of the person who has the account open for her, in this case, to access to the money. And of course, let me mention the financing point. In the last budget law that we have approved just very recently, we have allocated more or less 2 million euros to the Freedom Income Fund. That is the fund that led this measure to be accessible by women victims of violence. The second, let me mention something that is, even if located in the protection axis, it is a measure that, as I said before, could reinforce the self-confidence of women, especially when we think about the need to avoid any kind of relapse into the unvirtuous cycle of perpetration from male partners. And it is the freedom of microcredit. It is a measure that is a financial tool that is aimed to assure economic independence of course, women victims of violence, that is managed by the anti-violence centers. So this is another very relevant point, because along our national network throughout the whole territory, we would reassure that, especially for women who arrive and ask for help in these anti-violence centers, they could be confident to restart their personal path to be really practical independent. And it is articulated into two sub-measures. One is the entrepreneurship microcredit that is guaranteed by an ad hoc fund to the maximum extent provided, that is more or less 90%, to cut banking costs for women that access to financial resources to start a new activity, a new business or economic activity. And the second sub-tool is the social microcredit that is guaranteed to cover, in this case, 100% of the banking returns on behalf of women, which of course is a measure to grant that this kind of social microcredit will restart their I could say social life in terms of relationships, apart from the negative and abusive relationship they have experienced in their past. These are the two measures that we have implemented within the National Action Plan on Male Violence Against Women, and that are, of course, ongoing measures.
Mm. Well, thank you very much indeed. I'm curious to Nicola's response to this, a reaction to these great examples, because you are sort of on the ground working with these topics. Do you have any comments? Nicola?
Sorry, just coming off mute.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I think really interesting parallels in terms of the approach taken. The Istanbul Convention provides a fantastic framework, and I loved hearing about how that is linked to the different axes. And I think the points are being made about that broader external environment, so the structural environment which within women live, and the disadvantages and inequalities that they continue to experience. We need to kind of create that level playing field in lots of ways. So really speaking to the prevention piece there, we can focus on economic abuse specifically, but we need to tackle economic equality generally. So in full agreement with my panel, fellow panel members, and I'm really learning and taking a lot from the conversation.
Well, thank you very much. I'm turning now to Arba again here. In terms of being the Istanbul Convention rapporteur, what are the ways forward in this field of policy agenda? Other examples of action, political leadership. What are you missing from your perspective, Arba?
Very much, of course. I think the Istanbul Convention is sort of a very good, important starting point, and that's why we're pushing so hard to make it ratified all over the EU. And I mean, but that's not the only one. And we can have very nice laws and conventions, but if they're only good in paper, then, you know, then we haven't done our job. So that's why Ms. Loarasis and her colleagues' work in Grevio is extremely important, because the convention is connected with Grevio that could be a help to the member states on how to implement these measures on the right way. And the situation in different countries very differently. As others have had said, yes, we have issues in both of course, in Sweden too, and in Italy, and in all over Europe, but in also different ways. So the Istanbul Convention, I think, have raised awareness that there is economic violence, because I think the awareness has been very low that there is something called economic violence, and how much it's connected with the physical and mental violence as well. And I think what needs to be done forward is that we need to have more research on economic violence, because it's too little of that. I think we need to help our local and national authorities to get better toolbox. We give them through the Istanbul Convention, but also in other ways, so they know how to identify economic violence and domestic violence in general, and to identify and to help these women who are victims. And I think also that we need to have economic violence also to be looked as part of a crime classification of violence against women, that this is also violence against women, because I'm not really sure that that's the case in many countries. And in general also more preventive measures like kids in schools. I think personally that we should have private financing as part of the education. I don't know how it is in other member states, but we don't have it here yet. But I mean, making our citizens from the beginning to learn how to have proper private financing will give them the toolbox to be, and especially women, to be economically empowered and independent, because usually these men and these perpetrators try to use women who are economically more fragile, and so we have to work in so many areas at the same time. And I think from the EU perspective, I think the Istanbul Convention is the good, proper way to really push these works also in the member states.
Thank you very much, Arba. Would you like to add, any of you in the panel? I'm turning to Vengi otherwise, because I have a question for you too. Would you like to add, Aris? That was...
No, I just wanted to add that in regard to what Ms. Kokalari said, I totally agree with that. But we also have to mention the fact that Istanbul Convention, it's not open only for the countries that are a member of the Council of Europe, but it's It's a convention that is open for all the countries all over the world. And we have, at Council of Europe, we have the example of the Cybercrime Convention, which has been ratified from other countries, especially in South America. And by combining all the efforts, Council of Europe, other international conventions, European Union, on bringing up the legislative framework, it's also an extra added value to the economical empowerment of women. One of the good things that I'm always mentioning is that the Istanbul Convention is legally binding for the countries that are ratifying convention. So once you ratify the convention, then you have obligation to fulfill it. So this monitoring work that we do, sometimes I know that it's like too much work for the different ministries when we go in a country and do our monitoring visit. But at the same time, it's like a mirror where you could see yourself with an outside, with views from an outsider, which are independent, and it's not there for just to monitor and to catch the mistakes, but to show which are the weakness point in order to make them, to have them opportunity to turn them in strong points. So that's the whole idea behind that.
If I may ask, without mentioning any names or any countries here, has there been any specific review, a good example of a review that has really been very helpful in pushing this forward?
Yep, of course.
I'm sure there are. Best example.
Yeah. So I'm going, because I was thinking like I will mention the challenges, but I will leave the challenges for the end, and I will also mention the positive things that we have identified in our baseline evaluation on the implementation of the convention, because there are also so many good practices all over the countries that we have monitored so far. So I would like to share some of the examples. For example, many state parties have already included economic violence in their definition of violence against women, and I could mention here North Macedonia, San Marino, Slovenia, and Croatia, because they already did that. We also have observed that this also has gone hand by hand with an increased awareness about economical violence and its impacts, which in turn has led to building economic support systems for the victims, as well as initiatives for the overall economic independence and also empowerment of women. Another promising phenomenon is that of the data collection, which was mentioned even in the previous panel, on the economic relation between the victim of violence and also the relationship with the perpetrator, such is the case of the Portugal, because this has led to a deeper understanding of the phenomenon of economic violence. Its pervasiveness and also the economic roots that underpin the gender inequalities that exist in our European societies today. I will go later into the challenges that we have observed, because this is also, I think it's important, because we start from there to tackle which are the problems that we should work with.
Thank you very much indeed. Vengi Nirango, from your point of view, what are the ways forward in terms of policy agenda? Can you give some examples of political leadership and also in coordination of the EU? I mean, you're representing the UN entity here, but we also have the Generation Equality Forum, Action Coalition. We also have the MEPs, the MEPs. So what is your perspective on what buttons to push here to really accelerate this process?
Sure, thanks. If you'll allow me, I just wanted to pick up on one of the points that Katarina had actually mentioned on the power of a bank account for women, especially that are facing violence. And I can't help but really mention that in this room and representing EU member states and actors within, how much influence there is on the global scale in terms of global development, global humanitarian work that is actually going on, and that it goes beyond a bank account. There are various other forms of financial empowerment that have come onto the scene, including mobile money access, which actually helps to secure women's access, ownership, and control of financial resources that could actually help with advancing their economic autonomy. So I really like that point, and I really thought there is a connection to the work that many EU countries are already doing on the global scale, so something just to think about. But really just to come back to the point of what do we see as the way forward, I just wanted to say that one of the major things that we've been looking at is how we can help to advance this global blueprint on gender equality that we call the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. And this is actually the basis on which the generation equality process has emerged, which was basically out of realizing in 2020 that there hasn't been enough progress made on the platform, and that in many, many ways, progress had actually regressed. And so we needed to really stop and think and realize that we just need to take certain forms of action forward. And we're very, very glad that the EU as an institution, as a multilateral institution, the government of Sweden, have both participated in this process to really, really make sure that we can have an acceleration plan, a global agenda that is multi-stakeholder in nature to drive forward the gender-based violence, but also economic justice and rights action coalitions, but also the common work that we do around the elimination of violence and harassment in the world of work. So really, we feel that this is critical because we go beyond sitting in places where we have conversations to actually taking action on the commitments that have actually been made. And so we're very happy that the EU government of Sweden, alongside other EU member states like Germany and Spain that are part of this process, stakeholders that are within the continent like the European Women's Lobby, that are really, really trying to move this agenda forward and making actual bold commitments towards gender equality within this space. So without this, we really don't see how we can really make progress as a multilateral process in this new wave of multilateralism that we see. But more specifically, just wanted to mention that it's important from a policy perspective that national policies around the care economy are not working in isolation from gender-based violence, because a lot of gender-based violence incidents happens within the domestic sphere and is actually perpetuated mainly on women that are already taking care of their households through various gender roles that have the society has actually ascribed on them. The other thing is, and I know that a lot has been said this morning, but also by other panelists, so I just want to pick out some of the things that have not quite been mentioned. The recognition of prostitution as a form of men's violence against women through enforceable laws, as countries like Sweden and others within the EU are also showing us. And really looking at women who have been especially forced to migrate. There are incidences, as we're talking, about women that are fleeing Ukraine, for example, being driven into sexual exploitation, forced prostitution within the EU continent. And so we need to really make sure that the legal frameworks that are protective of these incidences are actually in place. The other one is to really, and I talked about social protection a little bit earlier, looking at how we can leverage it through accompaniment models that are very intentional on their objectives to address gender-based violence. We do have a small publication to this effect that is out there for you to pick up, just 2 pages of a little bit of our perspective. We know that programming evidence has shown that economic empowerment and independence are protective factors, and some of this work that we're doing and realizing from our research is really helpful to highlight that. And we also know that for most of these strategies, if they're going to succeed, we need to make sure that we have robust gender data collection models. We know that this has already been advanced within the Istanbul Convention. This is actually going to allow us to build the evidence and knowledge base that actually works to address gender-based violence within the economic sphere. Finally, I just want to call for the ratification of ILO Convention 190 on the elimination of violence and harassment within the workspace. And this should go beyond public actors, it should go beyond civil society action, but rather also consider other important stakeholders like the private sector that need corporate policies that should be responsive to some of the tenets of the convention, so that implementation goes beyond the enactment of laws and policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Before I turn to the questions from the viewers, there are plenty. Wonderful, thank you. Iris, you wanted to mention also the challenges from your Grevio perspective. Please do.
Yes, thank you very much for that. So far, we have finished 29 baseline evaluation out of 34 countries that ratified the convention. So at the end of 2023, we will done with our first baseline evaluation procedure. So we have collected a lot of wisdom from all the monitoring reports that have been produced so far from Grevio. And some of the challenges that we have seen in different countries that have been monitored is the lack of recognition of the importance of economic violence. In a large number of state parties, needless to say, we need to solve a problem, but first we need to recognize that this is a problem and this problem exists. So, for example, in our reports in Austria, Portugal, and Spain, the definition of domestic violence did not explicitly mention and include economic violence, and therefore Grevio have asked from the 3 countries to be aligned with the definition of domestic violence as it is expressed in the Istanbul Convention. Another issue of concern is also the democratic backsliding, including anti-gender movements, and this is something that we cannot ignore. For example, an increasing trend in several European states, and I will mention here Turkey and also Hungary, Slovakia, Russia, that the reason is to prioritize the protection of the family over the elimination of discrimination against women. That's why Grevio have expressed very strongly the concern that this trend may result in the weakening of the preventive and protection measures to combat violence against women, in the name of promoting and protecting the preservation of the family unit. Grevio has also urged the national authorities, like we did in the report on Turkey before they were withdrawing from the Istanbul Convention, to ensure that the policies promoting the gender equality are not thwarted by attempts to confine women to the traditional role of mothers and caretakers, which leads to relating them to being economically dependent from their partners. Another issues of concern has also been the intersectional discrimination. Several groups of women, such as women in prostitution, Roma women, and women with migration background, for example, are likely also to face specific obstacles because of their position at the intersection of several potential grounds of discrimination. But we also have seen in our reportings that disability or socioeconomic status or belonging to a national minority group also brings a lot of and creates a lot of additional barriers, and that makes that women are even more exposed to economic violence and abuse. This is something that the Istanbul Convention and all of us present here today can address swiftly and decisively. The last issue of the concern, it is also the important issue of abusive partners that are threatening or actually taking their victims to court in case they report the violence against them. And this brings chilling consequences on them, given the prospect of having to pay legal and court fees. Such examples, exacerbated by the lack of adequate training of the law enforcement bodies, have resulted in instances where the victim is the one that is being prosecuted instead of the perpetrator, or simultaneously with the perpetrator. And I could mention here the reports that we have done in Malta, Montenegro, or Serbia. And I will stop here in order to leave some room for the question from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for putting it so eloquently, these challenges. A question here from the audience that I think I'd like to turn to Christiana and also to Nicola here. And it really hooks on nicely to what you just presented here. How can prevention also reach women living in poverty and facing social injustice? Is economic abuse more common in low-income surroundings? What is your perspective here, Christiana, please?
It is a figure that we have recorded in the last 10 years, more or less. As I mentioned you before, even if the nexus between the economic component of violence or the inclusion of the economic component into the larger, wider definition of the GBV has been translated into law, and in this case in Italy in the criminal and civil code. We have started thinking about how to not only refresh or consolidate our legal background, but at the same time, how could we use these definitions, as Vinga said before, to having a baseline in terms of data. And this data was included in the first assessment that our National Institute of Statistics released more than 15 years ago.
Oh dear.
We know that due to the fact that we have included this component into the larger definition, we have facilitated our National Institute of Statistics to go beyond the figures. So not only to collect quantitative data, but to use a descriptive methodology, a qualitative methodology. And indeed, just recently, one year ago, there has been the renewal of a partnership between the Department for Equal Opportunities and the National Institute of Statistics, also to refresh these figures. And ISTAT has worked harder, in particular, on the nexus between psychological and economic violence. This is an axis that, of course, our National Institute of Statistics works along the Eurostat parameters, but we know that because of the characteristics of the phenomena, the trends of the phenomena, and the need in this case to go beyond the underreporting to know which are the grounded roots of these nexus inter the psychological and economic violence, this could be a useful approach. And indeed is that, unfortunately, not only renewed this information, but it has considered at one of the most at risk in the future. So this is exactly one figure that, of course, should be detailed in terms of knowledge, of quantitative and qualitative knowledge to adopt, of course, policies to prevent, in this case, GBV, also including encompassing the economic violence.
Thank you very much. Nicola, what would you like to share here on this question? Please.
Yes, to start off with, I agree it's really important to understand what we mean by different terms and how we measure them, because certainly one of the reasons why economic abuse hasn't had the attention it deserves is because it's previously been understood as a form of emotional abuse. I would always say or caution that we don't see one without the other, but we do need to understand that economic abuse can be statistically proven as a distinct construct, so we really need to understand that. And I was also just to flag, when we're talking about low-income survivors and risk, is the difference between cause and consequence, because we know, as we've already spoken about on this panel, that sometimes that lack of economic well-being can be a risk factor that a perpetrator takes account of, but also how a perpetrator will create that economic dependency by sabotaging and exploiting well-being and economic stability and wealth. So we really need to understand the causes and the consequences of domestic abuse generally and economic abuse specifically in relation to victims and survivors, and understand when we talk about low-income groups, whether that's because they've always had a low income or because they've experienced domestic abuse, and that's the reason why they're now in a low-income group. So lots of clarity, I think, required in relation to both of those things. I suppose what I would add is that certainly in the UK context, we have more, I suppose, direct engagement with victims and survivors from low incomes because they access community services. I think we also have to think about personal resources and social resources alongside economic resources. And generally what I would say is that survivors who access community-based services in the UK have very low economic, social and personal resources, which means that they have no support from anywhere, and really, accessing welfare benefits and support from community groups is the only space for them to go to because they just don't have support elsewhere. One of the things that really struck me when I set up Surviving Economic Abuse was the backgrounds or the demographics, I guess, of the survivors who got in contact. And they were survivors I'd never had contact with before because I'd always worked in community services. So these were survivors who were also homeless, but because they had well-connected friends, there were holiday homes they could stay in, there was a spare room, their friends had the economic resources that supported them. They also had so many economic resources that on paper they looked very wealthy, but again, because of the perpetrator tactics, they might have had a lot of money in the bank, but they just had no access to anything at all. And it was very difficult and far more complex to unpick their cases and to support them. So I think really we should be focusing on how we tailor our responses to gender-based violence, domestic abuse and economic abuse specifically to the particular needs of particular groups, and understand that this can happen to anyone. And that perpetrators will go to great lengths to control. And I would just like to pick up on the point about prevention, bank accounts. We can create a fantastically economically equal world. We can create tools and contexts that victims and survivors should be safe within. But the intent of the perpetrator is to control. So you might have access to a bank account. Sorry, you might have a bank account in your own name, but you might not have access to it. So it's not the easy answer. We really sort of need to think about the cultural norms and stereotypes that exist. If we're thinking about prevention in schools, it needs to be more about understanding how money works, how to open a bank account, how to budget. We have to attach social importance to these issues and to say, actually, money, economic resources, they're a form of power. Someone might try and control you using these things. If somebody wants you to prove their love for them by opening a joint account and closing your personal account, that's not a good and caring thing. It's important to be independent. All these messages that we need to be sharing, alongside this. So, bringing that public education piece, involving stakeholders like banks and building societies, who also have the budgets to help. We're working very closely with HSBC in the UK now around awareness raising campaign, starting to have conversations about economic abuse in the mainstream. And these are all the things that you need to sit alongside the legislation and the policies that we have.
Thank you very much, Nicola. I have a question here that I'd like to address to Arba and also to Vengi. It's about inclusion from your platforms, UN Women and the European position that you're in, Arba. How do you work on inclusion of sexual orientation, gender identity, and expression and sex characteristics into programming and implementation processes related to GBV and economic exclusion? How can male and LGBT victims of economic violence be included? So would you like to share your perspective from your platform, Arba, please?
Yes, absolutely. In our report that me and my co-rapporteur presented and that was adopted last week, we also added that we do not those measures about anti-discrimination for LGBT persons and strengthen sexual and reproductive health and rights. And so it's not only women that are being part of a big oppression in some part of the EU countries, but we also see some increase of intolerance against LGBT people across Europe. So we added those measures in our report as well. And also, I mean, we also try to make awareness and to add those perspectives in other ways in the Gender Equality Committee that we work in. So that's definitely on top of the agenda of the Gender Equality Committee.
And if I may ask, how has this been received? This addition to the topic of that you just mentioned.
I mean, the report has been adopted with a huge majority, and then of course not everybody in the European Parliament agrees about SRHR rights or LGBT rights, but we are trying to push those issues in the agenda to also make these issues so that everybody understands that it's not about we have to give special rights to specific part of people. It's about every citizen in our union have to feel that they live a life in freedom. And that include the right to love who you want. That include the right to your own body to decide for it. So it's for me it's a fundamental right, and we need to work with these issues because in some countries or in some parts of Europe, I mean this might still be difficult, but I think we're going that way, but it takes some time.
Thank you, Arba. Vengi, would you like to add from the UN Women perspective, please?
Absolutely. And thanks for that question. From our perspective, we're really working through our data collection systems that are really grounded in the principle of intersectionality and the leave no one behind model. So what we're really trying to do is to expand on our data collection systems that then respond to the diversity of genders and making sure that aspects like sexual orientation are part of what we actually count. And what we're doing now is we are using the expertise we have within our civil society division to start engaging with gender diverse groups in really trying to shape these approaches on how data within the UN Women data collection system can actually be strengthened in making sure that there is great representation. Yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. There is time for one final question here. It's directed to Iris. It says, can you please elaborate on Grevio recommendations to combat the disinformation about the Istanbul Convention linked to the anti-gender movement in Europe?
Recently, it was the Secretary General of the Council of Europe. She gathered a group of experts, and one of the recommendations of the high-level group of experts, it was also to tackle the issue of disinformation that it is actually happening not only in Europe but in a global scale. There is also a report from from the European Parliament and the Forum for Sexual Reproduction, and they gathered evidence on how much money is being put, because so far we're talking about movements and we're talking about changing the agenda of different governments, but so far we were not aware of how much money were put in this anti-gender movement. And you'll be fascinating if you know that $700 billion have been paid to this anti-gender movement from 2008 till 2019. And this is coming from US, and this is coming from Europe, and this is coming also from Russian oligarchs. So by just pretending and not using our platforms because we don't want to give a voice to this group of people, actually I don't think that we made the right approach, because nowadays there are so many platforms that they can use, and they are already using on distributing many misinformation about women's rights and human rights in general, because this is not related only with women's agenda, but also with LGBTQI issues as well. So giving them the voice, it's a big problem for me. So that's why I was so happy when the high-level group decided that it is to be on the agenda of the Council of Europe, also to tackle the disinformation that is going on with the anti-gender movement. And we should talk as much as possible, and we should use all our platforms in order to clarify the people about this misinformation, and to make them realize that some of those rumors are only myths, and they are not related at all with the Istanbul Convention approach and women's rights agenda in general, and with progressive agendas of so many governments in Europe. So just by joining the voices and using our platforms, I think that this could be done. I was so happy that when I saw the title of this panel, that it was Unpacking, actually. This was so great, a smart idea. Unpacking economic violence and abuse, because everything is related. And we should really unpack those disinformation that it is towards women's rights and also human rights in general, because being with the one voice and using the same voice in different platforms, that's only one way of fighting that. But also it means that governments should put a lot of money on women's support and specialized services that are helping victims of domestic violence and violence against women that are totally interconnected with economic violence that is happening to women. Also, it will help in this direction.
Well, thank you for spelling it out so clearly. This was an important question, I think. We have a few questions left, but we also have not many minutes left. So let's bring up the graphic recording of this session and see what then we're going to lose you for a bit, Nicola, but just your image, and you're still with us, so don't go mute. All right, so we have quite a vivid image here, and if you have any comments, please just jump in. Well, there's a big help, of course. That's crucial that we have to listen to the many voices. It's hard to see on the outside. Yes, well, we have been touching upon this, that this abuse and this violence comes in all shapes and forms and in all levels of society. What can we do to reach this? Women deserve an equal society, protection and love, of course, without any hooks and nooks and connections to the love. Speaking of referring to the jealousy is not romantic statement of the previous panel. exploitation and sabotage. That came from the different categories from Nicola. And also the isolation aspect, of course. This is complex, and from my takeaway from this is that it's all, of course, we know this already, but it's important to constantly address the interconnectedness of all this. And as you said, Iris, the unpacking, we constantly need to unpack and address and also safeguard the winnings that we have had, because now in some aspects we're sort of stepping back, we're backpedaling in some aspects, and we really cannot let that happen, can we? Anything you'd like to comment on the image here? Yes, please, Arba.
I think that picture really shows that this really needs to be addressed. Help, fear, violence, abuse, exploitation, isolation. I mean, this has to be stopped in the as a European politician, that we need to do much more, and that's why also I feel that Sweden, as a role model when it comes to gender equality, we have also an opportunity and an obligation to hopefully make some progress also in the European level on these matters.
Thank you, Arba. And would anybody like to add or conclude in their own words with the support of this, Christiana?
Could I add something in terms of education? Because we have mentioned this concept, because it's difficult to study the phenomenon if you do not know it in detail. But especially if we think about economic independence, we have to start from educating young people to be independent economically. So probably education could be included in terms of financial education. This is a very important message, especially for girls, to be independent in their future.
You mentioned that earlier to Arba, and
yeah,
setting that scene early on in the educational system. Wenche, would you like to add?
Yeah, just a quick addition. I think one of the things is what underlies much of this is the systems of power that perpetuate the asymmetries between men and women, and also across different genders. And I think we need to break those systems of power that we're going to be enabled to do this. Yeah.
Those are great words. Iris, please.
I will take this opportunity before closing to inform that also Grevio has launched its first thematic evaluation round by addressing now a new questionnaire to the state parties that will be evaluated in 2023-2024. The questionnaire, it is already a public document in the Grevio website and is entitled Building Trust by Delivering Support, Protection and Justice to Women Victims of Violence. I strongly believe that building the trust is the start of the road that will take us further in preventing and also combating violence against women and also economic violence. And the new evaluation round will include also and will have a focus on selected provision of the Convention in the areas of prevention, protection and prosecution, where the first baseline evaluation procedure revealed significant challenges and the need for further sustained implementation. We will also will address the emerging trends, and we will also address the data collection that it was brought here as an issue in the areas of violence against women and also domestic violence. As an example, in relation to the conference today, one of the questions to state parties is to report on the type of specialist support services dedicated to women victims of all forms of gender-based violence covered by the Istanbul Convention, including domestic violence and regarding any socio-economic empowerment programs that may be available for the victims. So the Istanbul Convention membership is growing every year. Last year we got 3 new members, and now we are 37 countries that have ratified the Istanbul Convention, with the Republic of Moldova, Ukraine and UK. So the Istanbul Convention has been proven to be a vibrant and functioning international instrument in a field that is addressing very current and pertinent question in Europe and beyond. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Well, thank you very much, Iris. Thank you very much, Arba, Christiana, Bengi, and of course, Nicola, you're still with us there on the screen. Thanks for being patient with us. It's not easy to be in a panel. You did a great job when you're the only one not physically here. So we will get a sort of a mental image of a gift here being sent to you, but the other ones will have a little vase from a Scandinavian Swedish designer. Again, a heartfelt thank you for the fantastic work that you do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And now, again, thank you for the fantastic questions. I wish I could have more time to make sure that you all get them answered, but it's important to frame them also in your mind, and you can discuss them with colleagues and in your workplace. Now we have to get some coffee. You definitely deserve a break. You've been fantastic up here. So we go for a coffee break, and we meet back at 3:30. And again, talk to a stranger. And I'd like to encourage you to ask, what call to action does this session inspire you to take? What call to action? Ask anybody you don't know. And see you back in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You are the only participant in the conference.
So, wonderful to see you all. It's a good sign of people's engagement in a topic when they don't want to come back from the breaks, because that's when you would connect and when you talk and you get your action together for the next steps, right? So, but now we need to proceed for the last session here today. And we have a very important topic again, preventing gender-based violence in the world of work. And 5 years plus after Me Too, we still need to talk about this. And sexual harassment and harassment in the world of work, of course, is, as we all know, all around us still, which is a sad reflection, of course, but it's also gives us energy and power and fire in the belly to keep working and addressing these topics. Whether it comes from colleagues, whether it comes from customers, clients, or other connections in the world of work, we need to maintain this sense of urgency to combat these harassments and to find solutions. And that's what we'll be talking about in this panel, of course. Because beyond the immediate suffering of people that have been exposed or are being exposed to harassment, of course, there are implications on the aspects of work-life balance. You risk your performance at work if you are harassed. And of course, you are more likely to leave your job and thus affecting your career. And of course, this also risks your financial, economic independency, and also, down the line, your security. So this is just a few examples on why we need to keep on pushing and talking about this. To give us a framework on this topic, I have the great pleasure of introducing the keynote speaker for this session, Marusa Gortner. She's Head of Research and Policy Support Unit at the European Institute for Gender Equality, EG. Please give Marusa a warm hand. And you will share with us an overview of international and EU norms and standards and share some data and statistics, which remain, as we know, limited, but yet.
Exactly.
So you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you again to the Swedish Presidency for organizing this very, very important event on a not new topic, but a very relevant topic, topic gaining more and more attention as well. As it was in previous panel, panelists were stealing some lines from each other, so also the moderator stole some lines from me, but still. I will present a few data statistics which really remain very limited still that are available at the EU level, and I will give you a short overview of international and EU legal standards, the legislative framework on gender-based violence with a focus on the violence which happens in the world of work. And Me Too movement was mentioned a couple of times today, but maybe not enough. I still think that this was really a groundbreaking breaking movement, revealing the experiences, the scope, the stories of different forms of harassment and violence, also in work-related environment. And these stories, as we heard this morning from Cecilia, are those which also make difference for other women. Yes. Since its establishment, the European Institute for Gender Equality works tirelessly to assist the member states, the EU institutions in their efforts to achieve gender equality. We provide data, evidence, and tools that support these different stakeholders in shaping their policies and measures for gender equality and improving the situation of women and girls, boys and men in all their diversity in our society. Our aim is to be the European Knowledge Center on Gender Equality. One of our priority areas, as many of you know, is also gender-based violence, violence against women. And gender-based violence, as said, expressed many times today already, is a cause and consequence of gender inequality, and it affects and impacts women disproportionately. And the links between gender-based violence and economy are undeniable. And this linkage was also explored in our research. As we heard this morning, EIGE has estimated that the cost of gender-based violence across the EU is, just to repeat again, 366 billion euros per year. And violence against women makes up to almost 80% of this cost, amounting to 289 billion euros per year. In today's discussion, later we will focus on specific form of gender-based violence, which continues to disproportionately affect women and also possibly prevents them, or us, from reaching our potential in a sphere of work, in our professional lives, which has direct costs for women, women's financial and economic independence. Harassment, sexual harassment, negatively influence physical and mental health of victims. For example, they may experience anger, fear and anxiety, shame and embarrassment. They feel vulnerable and depressed. And we always need to take also gender perspective into account, because a customer. A little bit, yes, correct, yes. A little bit more on the data. This is the preliminary results from the survey I mentioned. This is a survey conducted currently by the Eurostat. This is EU survey on gender-based violence against women and other forms of interpersonal violence. We call abbreviation EU GBV survey. And these are results from that were published last November, and they confirm the trend. So, for example, 41% of women in France and the Netherlands and 32% of women in Slovenia have experienced sexual harassment at work during adulthood. In France, women identified their boss as the perpetrator in 12% of cases, and this percentage was 9% in the Netherlands and 6% in Slovenia. This is just to show some examples of the magnitude of the problem that we still face. No need to say that any number above 0 is too many. Now I will quickly guide you through some international and EU framework on the topic. Violence against women in all its forms is recognized in international law as a violation of fundamental human rights. I will not list different declarations and covenants which define this as a violation of human rights. However, it was only the CEDAW and the CEDAW committee, which monitors the implementation of the convention, that recognized violence against women also as a violation of women's right to be free from discrimination. The general recommendation number 19, which was adopted in 1992, proposed a definition on sexual harassment and gave it more visibility, and it also attempted to name this part of women's experiences which tended to be overlooked or ignored. And this recommendation also laid out important foundations for future international and regional frameworks, such as the Istanbul Convention and the ILO Convention, which was already mentioned today, and I will come back to it a little bit later. At the EU level, equality between women and men and non-discrimination are deeply rooted in the treaties of the European Union, the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, and EU secondary legislation. And sexual harassment is seen as a violation of fundamental principle of equality between men and women, and also as a form of discrimination in matters of employment and occupation. And the definition was introduced in the recast directive on equal opportunities between women and men in the matters of employment and occupation, adopted in 2006. And this definition covers everything: access to employment, including promotion and vocational training, working conditions, including pay, occupational social security schemes, and self-employment. So a broad range of conditions. While the directive legally obliges member states to prohibit sexual harassment as a form of discrimination and to ensure compensation mechanisms and also impose effective, proportionate and dissuasive penalties, it lacks a precision. And this negatively impacts the process of monitoring and implementation. For example, some member states still face difficulties with correct transposition into national law, also making national provisions a bit unclear and vague and also difficult to apply. Maybe just to mention a few weaknesses. These are low compensation for victims, survivors of sexual harassment, also low awareness of the problem among professionals and law enforcement, and lack of disaggregated data. So in this context, it's very important that the current EU gender equality strategy acknowledges gender-based violence as one of the key pillars of its strategy. And it's also important, moreover, that it is key to strengthen in the future synergies between different universal, regional human rights instruments in this area and the EU law. So, on the synergies. Like it goes for all forms of gender-based violence, we also urgently need a comprehensive response towards sexual harassment in the work sphere. And here I would like to mention some documents which could serve as step-by-step guidelines on how to better shape EU policies and also complement existing legislation. First one, mentioned today several times, is the Istanbul Convention, which obliges parties to take the necessary legislative or other measures to ensure that any form of sexual harassment is either criminalized or addressed by other legal sanctions. The Istanbul Convention also requires taking a 4P approach. So prevention, today's event is also dedicated to prevention, protection, prosecution, and integrated policy, and also asks for ensuring that victims have access to specialist support. Still, with great hope, we are waiting for conclusion of EU accession to the Istanbul Convention, and also we have great expectations for a new directive of the EU directive on combating violence against women and domestic violence, addressing importantly also the issues of sexual harassment. Another milestone in tackling sexual harassment is the ILO Convention on Violence and Harassment, and also recommendation number 206, both from 2019. And this convention is the first, or provides the first internationally agreed definition of violence and harassment in the world of work. What is also unique in the scope of application of this convention is that it protects everyone in the world of work. So it includes employees, as defined by national law and practice, as well as persons working, irrespective of their contractual status, persons in training, volunteers, etc. And also, Convention extends both to public and private sectors, to formal and informal economies, to urban and rural areas. It also applies to violence and harassment in the world of work occurring in the course of, linked with, or arising out of work. So not only in the workplace, but it includes also public, private spaces where there are places of work. And not only that, it also applies to work-related trips, travel, training, events, and social activities. So, these documents all aim at ensuring that a comprehensive and inclusive, integrated, and gender-sensitive policies and preventive measures are in place to support victims. So this is just for a framework, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion with later this afternoon, and thank you again for your attention.
Missing, let's see, my colleague here with the gifts was missed in action. Thank you very much, Marissa Gordner, for spelling this out so clearly. Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
And I must also acknowledge Jonas and Katarina, the fantastic interpreters here. It's the stamina, huh? Amazing work. So, we have the last but not least, the fantastic panel waiting for us to join us here on stage. And it's my great pleasure to introduce Anna Johansson Milovanovic. She is from Sweden, Gender Equality Advisor, Swedish Work Environment Agency. Where do we have? There you are. Please join me here at the far end here. Give her a warm hand, please. Gloria Mills, President of the ETUC Women's Committee. Please give Gloria Mills a warm welcome. Please take a seat. And we have somewhere here, there he is, Fredrik Bondestam, Nordic Information on Gender, NIKK, a cooperation body under the Nordic Council of Ministers, Associate Professor in Sociology at Uppsala University, which is basically around the corner here. Please join us, Fredrik. And we have with us also from Skanska, Monica Westerberg. She is Head of Culture, Diversity and Inclusion at Skanska Sverige, Skanska Sweden. And Skanska, I'm sure you know, is a company that works in many, many continents in the, let's say construction, but it's a very wide, well, you probably will need to clarify that. But it's a company that works, I think you have 40,000 employees.
Yes.
Roughly, okay. So, we have a question at hand that I've asked you to prepare an answer to. Of course, this is how you like to work with this, how you work with this topic from your perspective. So if you please would like to start, Anna, from your perspective here, and we talk about preventing gender-based violence in the world of work. What is your take from your position, please?
Thank you, Katarina. Thank you so much, and thanks to the Swedish Presidency for inviting the Swedish Work Environment Authority to this very important session. I work, as you said, Katarina, as a gender equality advisor, and the main focus of my role is to support our departments to develop and maintain ways of working so that we can integrate a gender perspective into the everyday work of the departments. For instance, when working with regulations and when working with provisions, inspections, and on how we communicate. And we also work to mainstream the gender equality perspective continuously and into our planning and follow-up. And besides of that, I also work with more specific assignments. And one of those was in 2018, when the government commissioned the Swedish Work Environment Authority and the Swedish Equality Ombudsman to produce information material about working to prevent and counteract sexual harassment. And the assignment was based on the shortcomings that Me Too brought up into daylight. How does the Swedish Work Environment Authority interact within this field? With regard to the authority's contribution to work with gender-based violence, I would say that there is both a strategic and a practical element. On the strategic and long-term level, there are several dimensions for us to consider when contributing to prevent the gender-based violence at the Swedish workplaces, such as having, as mentioned, a gender perspective when we work with the regulations and inspections and communications, for instance. And these examples includes both strategic and practical work. And one more specific example of the practical level was when we worked with the assignment to produce information for Swedish employers to help them to prevent and counteract sexual harassment. The aim of that assignment was to provide information about Swedish discrimination legislation and the work environment legislation, and what these say about the responsibility of employers to prevent and deal with sexual harassment. So together in that assignment, together with the Swedish Equality Ombudsman, we produced a brochure with information about sexual harassment and how to work systematically with prevention and counteraction. And this brochure we sent to more than 150 employers in Sweden. And also we published identical information on our websites to ensure that our target groups easily could find the information whether they visited our website or that one of the Equality Ombudsman. And we also organized conferences for key people from Swedish authorities, such as executive management and HR functions. And sexual harassment in the world of work. For us, I would say, or for me, I'm not a lawyer and therefore I am not an expert regarding legislation. But it is important to bear in mind that within the field of sexual harassment, we have two acts that state that employers are responsible for preventing and counteract sexual harassment at work. It is also important to be aware that the Work Environment Act does not mention sexual harassment. Instead, it refers to victimization. So we have the Discrimination Act, which aims to counter discrimination of all kinds and to promote equal rights and opportunities. According to this law, sexual harassment is a form of discrimination. And the Work Environment Act aims to prevent ill health and accidents at work and to promote a good work environment. Sexual harassment can be a form of victimization which is regulated by law. And it could be good to explain victimization, which we say, which is explained as various behavior that can lead to a person is excluded from the community of the workplace. Yes, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Anna. I'm turning now to Gloria Mills. From your perspective and your how your institution or your organization works with this field. Please give your opening statement here.
Yes, could I first of all say thank you for this invitation, and also to put on record the ETUC's appreciation and thanks for being here, and to commend and congratulate the Swedish government presidency, the gender gender equality agency, but also the trade unions. It's a bold move, and to have this as a political issue on the agenda. I don't think any other country would have had the confidence to make this a political priority. And, you know, it is well looked at across the world. It's because you are seen as a beacon of hope for women, not just in Europe, but a beacon of hope for women across the world. And I don't say that lightly, because I have spent my lifetime working on equality issues. I started in the trade union movement, representing 1 million, over 1 million women. They were the majority. They paid 80% of the finances into the organization, but they did not have any political or power. Men disproportionately made and decided the issues for them. So this is a big issue for us. It's really important. All of our affiliates are committed to preventing and combating harassment against women in the world of work. Men and women, I should say, because it's intersectional, as we've heard before. And, you know, the one thing we understood when we took evidence for the ILO Convention 190 on harassment and violence, particularly in the world of work, I want to say it has no age and it's intersectional. Women were telling us that it wasn't after the Me Too movement, people felt it was a casting couch issue. And they said, no, it's a carpet job issue as well. And I didn't understand what it meant. And it's the low-paid women who were working 2 and 3 jobs, who had to feed their families with low-paid jobs, said, you know, they were being humiliated daily. It was ritual humiliation because they were working 0-hour contracts in some companies, you know, part-time work, and they had, you know, to do this carpet job. It was shocking, but it's true. And I think the reality is, I think, you know, was it Irina this morning said we need to get our fingers into the issue, and people don't want to go there. And we as trade unions had to go there. In the 80s. We had to go there in 2007 when we came up with the multi-sectoral guidelines on sexual harassment, and we still have to go there because it's a big issue in the world of work, and it's all about protecting male power. And I think it's really important that we understand. Irina said it, we need strong legislation. Legislation is the basis for being able to assert your right to be treated equally and with dignity. But we also need to have punitive sanctions in organizations, because there are so many examples of systemic failings and failure to act in all public institutions, but in private institutions as well. And I'll just give you some examples. Reports of abuse of, say, vulnerable patients in hospitals. Who protects them? You know, we had in my country, in the UK recently, over 4,000 cases, but no one took responsibility. So we need actions. We need accountability. We need accountability because it's a culture that protects perpetrators, because women are not believed. It's not taken seriously. And we cannot have a system that relies on a culture of impunity, because the culture of impunity protects the perpetrators from any criminal consequences. And that's one of the emerging issues we are seeing from the work we have done from a very brilliant EU-funded project on third-party violence in the world of work, which we published on the 25th of November. And what it's telling us is that that culture not only generates and perpetrates a complicity of silence. What we have are employers who silence the voice of women and men in a number of cases with non-disclosure agreements. And one of the big issues about the Me Too movement was about breaking that silence. Non-disclosure agreements, compromise agreements, they are commonplace in the private sector, the public sector, and our public institutions. So what we see are serial offenders, organizations who have compromised hundreds of agreements on sexual harassment. We did a count recently and found over 1,000 cases of compromised agreements. And we need to say, no, we will not be party to these compromise agreement that protects perpetrators. And as trade unions, what we are saying, we need to step up. We need to scale up, and we also need to get a powerful message across that we need a zero tolerance approach to any form of sexual harassment and violence in the world of work. It should not happen in the home. It should not happen in the workplace, because we saw it in the home with the COVID pandemic. The scale of it was shocking, what happened. And we had women who were unable to work because of that. And we need to say zero tolerance approach. But the other thing is we need to say, send a powerful message to empower women. No stigma, no silence, no shame. It is not for women to feel that they have to own the stigma, the silence and the shame of violence that's perpetrated towards them. So what we want is to see a very strong and robust EU directive. We welcome the directive, but we want to see some very strong inclusions and additions to give employers a legal duty to act, a legal duty to prevent, and a legal duty of accountability, so that we change the paradigm, as Nicole said earlier this morning, so that women can trust the institutions, they can trust the legislation, and they can trust the criminal justice system. And that means bringing in the equality bodies, the ombudsman, to be able to go into those companies and say, you are failing in your occupational safety and health responsibility and obligations to prevent and to protect women. And what you need to do is to serve non-discriminatory notice, criminal liability for individuals who fail to act, but also institutional liability. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Gloria Mills. And I need to remind you, please send in questions to the panelists, because there are a few questions coming in. I think we'll have room for a few. Fredrik Bonnestam.
Yes. So thank you for inviting me, and thanks for being here, and thanks for being part of this conference and staying on in the last panel. It's in the afternoon. Thanks for these words, really important on your part, I think. So I will keep it a bit more brief, I think. I'm interested in discussion and conversation. So you heard about the Nordic assignment that we have in our department. It is an important assignment from the Nordic Council of Ministers, and especially we're funding research on preventing sexual harassment at work at the moment. Ongoing projects financed by the Nordic Council of Ministers. We will have a conference in November where we will present the results from the projects together with researchers. And this is something really important. And I think this is part of the conference today, how to create a path to prevention. One of these paths are knowledge. Knowledge on how to actually prevent gender-based violence, harassment, discrimination in workplaces. And on our part, I mean, my organization, the Swedish Secretariat for Gender Research, has been in place for 25 years. We have assignment from the Swedish government, from the Nordic Council of Ministers. We participate in several EU projects on these issues. And we leveled up our work on gender-based violence after the Me Too movement. And what we've done is really to produce a lot of systematic research reviews on these issues in order to contribute with systematic knowledge on these issues to policy development, to partners in Europe, actually. So instead of you reading all these reports, they're quite a lot, I just made a summary of the results. Make it easy. Yeah. We have a lot of knowledge in these reports. I mean, research on gender-based violence has been ongoing for more than 50 years. We try to comprise this knowledge into systematic reviews and just produce relevant, hands-on knowledge to partners. And there are some interesting things, I think, from these key findings in our reviews that I want to just put up on the table, and we can discuss it. Foremost, I think, there is a complete lack of evidence-based methods for prevention in working life. We do not know what works. What we do know is that policy, education, and case management systems for preventing sexual harassment, but also gender-based violence, they are not working. They are not giving a lowered incidence or prevalence of sexual harassment in the world of work. So the work that we've been doing, especially in the Nordic countries, promoting policy development, training, and case management systems, they do not lead to a lowered degree of prevalence in the world of work. This doesn't mean policy, education, and case management does not work, right? But we don't have the research evidence for two reasons. We do not have research funding to do research on preventive methods, right? But the other aspect is that we do have research on prevention that clearly shows that for some groups, training education has a major effect. And it's especially for those groups already invested a lot of time and knowledge into gender-based violence, that is, women, minorities. The large majority culture is not targeted or invested in training, education moments. They will change attitudes for a short period of time and then return to their previous view on these issues. These are depressing news, really. Further, I think we need to acknowledge that what is clear-cut in research evidence is that what works in terms of policy development and prevention is a survivor-centered approach. When developing policies, measures, strategies, or support services, the survivor-centered position approach from a knowledge perspective is just crucial. And looking into how things are actually working when we develop policies in the life of work in different countries, we do not use survivor-centered approaches at all. We use other ideas and other, line management or managed, we use the managed position in some form. We try to have a policy development really targeting the legal system requirements. And this is another aspect that I think is really important. We are still not moving beyond harassment and discrimination as the main concepts for prevention in the life of work. Thanks to the ILO Convention, violence is being brought into these aspects. And as you were saying from the Commission, we really need legislation. But what we need is legislation on violence, not merely on harassment, discrimination. We need it on violence. And as we've been speaking of today, the concept of gender-based violence needs to be enlarged to a large degree. We need to invest into economic violence, psychological violence, sexual violence, physical violence, online violence, offline violence, and also the emerging forms of violence, not yet named as violence. And this is her story of feminist research and policy management and policy development for so many decades, include those forms of violence we as yet don't define as violence. And these are the important challenges for the future. Further on, I would like to, just say something about what we have not spoken about today, not that I heard of, and that is the problem of masculinities in men. The majority of perpetrators in the life of work are males. And it's male behaviors, it's male power regimes that are constantly being put in place in our workplaces. And they are perpetrators, and they are responsible, should be responsible and held accountable for their actions and their cultures that they produce. And we have toxic masculinities in place in the EU labor market. And this is not being touched upon in this conference. And it's really sad that we don't speak up on this problem more properly. I know you do, a lot of you, but you haven't said it today. So I thought I should say something about it. And finally, I'd like to say also that, you know, there is the 4P model, right, that we heard about in this introduction, the 4P model coming from important conventions. But what is being developed in research is a 5P model, a 6P model, a 7P model even. And one of the Ps that I think is upcoming in terms of prevention is partnerships. We need to build much more partnerships. Employers, unions, NGOs, together building a strong partnership, combating, ending gender-based violence in the life of work. We need to build partnerships when we develop support structures for survivors. I think the partnership issue is in place today because we feel like partners somehow. We do the same thing. We want to change things, right? But you have the strength and the organization and solidarity in the times we're in. And I think this was it Iris from Grevio, I think, putting up the issue of anti-gender movements and anti-feminism. And to my mind, from a research perspective, we used to talk about anti-gender movements 20 years ago. This is an old concept. What's happening today is we see the constant, ongoing, transnational, organized, financed undermining of liberal democracies on a global scale, targeting our juridical system, our legal systems, public media, journalists, but also researchers, in a way that really challenges our current work, trying to produce knowledge and preventive measures on gender-based violence in many ways. So I think the challenge is much, much broader than we have spoken on today, really. So, yeah, these are my points to get you annoyed and engaged so far. Yep.
Points taken and appreciated. Toxic masculinity, there was a question on this. There is a question here, of course, as an underlying problem, sort of the base of this conversation, but it's good to spell it out. Monica from Skanska, please, you have our attention to answer the first question at hand here. How do you work with this in your field?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here in this panel. I will for sure be a bit brief, and I hope that you will have questions to ask instead. But I wanted to make a short introduction to how we have worked at Skanska, one of the largest construction companies here in Sweden, and it's also a global company with slightly more than 35,000 employees. A bit longer than 10 years ago, the top management realized that we, in order to become and make sure in the future that we would be an attractive employer, we needed more females, more women into the company, and a higher degree of diversity. So they started recruiting, or we started recruiting females, but they quit after a short while, and they couldn't figure out why. So after some analysis, they realized that this is due to masculine norms, macho behaviors, and a culture that is not inclusive enough for all these women to actually feel welcome and also to stay in the company. So in 2016, they decided that diversity and inclusion would be a sustainability area within Skanska, as well as ethics. And this was a very nice step, I think, towards a better work environment. At the same time, our values were renewed, and we also worked out a new code of conduct, both internally for all our employees, but also towards our suppliers. And this was the starting point when working with this field in a more systematic way, because I think that's one of the success factors in this, and I think maybe you were on that a bit. Through working with this in a systematic way, I think that despite the fact that the industry is very masculine still, male-dominated and so forth, there has been a transformation. And although we still have challenges. This is an ongoing work, but we can never stop focusing on these issues. Really big steps has been taken, I would say. And this is something that we can also measure in our employee research findings, etc. So with that said, I think that was a kind of short introduction at least.
Well, Monica, I'm going to stay with you because we did speak before this event, and you mentioned something called ethical stand-ups.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that people are curious to what that might pertain.
We believe that in a very masculine environment, it's rare to talk about feelings. It's rare to talk about the tough issues that we all deal with, both men and women. And the dialogue, talking about how we behave, is extremely important to make a cultural journey towards a better work situation. And therefore we started off a work with ethical stand-ups, which is it's based on true cases. And it's like a value moment. It's like dilemmas. And we talk about harassment, sexual harassment, discrimination, and other types of ethical breaches, actually. And the point with this is that everyone, all the teams, are to discuss and reflect over these areas.
So it's a format that you sort of supply.
Yeah,
the teams
it's a
with.
format, and we do this. It's compulsory, and it's done all over the company twice a year. And some parts, if something happens, you make an ethical stand-up from that, like a dialogue case, and you do it more systematically on a more local level to actually make people talk about these things, because it's not easy. There are norms that you have had in the company for such a long time that a lot of our male colleagues, they're not aware of their behavior. They think they act in a good way. So it's really good to highlight all these challenges, and we believe also that if we can become a little better human beings, we can also build a better society. So giving this chance to reflect and show what kind of behaviors that are not allowed, but also what kind of behaviors you should have. The expected behavior, that makes, that change in people.
Thank you, Monica. Let's just address the masculinity topic here, because there have been questions coming in here, and also I'd like to just address it because I thought it was good that you brought it up, Frederick. If we do have, as we see, we do have this challenge with toxic masculinity. How do we relate to this when it comes to, well, let's start from the beginning. Small boys and young men. Who would like to add on this topic, because it is, of course, an underlying foundation for this problem. Frederick, you go ahead.
Should I start?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So, well, I think it's a challenge of a huge, importance due to the long-term effects of masculinities being developed that are, violent and not caring, for example. Just to take a short example, myself, I had the opportunity with a feminist professor as a student. She gave me an assignment to transcribe, I think it was 20 interviews that she had done with abused women. And I was like 22, and I spent 3 months just writing them, listening to tape and writing them. And that was an education, right? It learned me to listen to the experiences of violence and abuse. It learned me to understand the actual consequences. It also made me aware of my own behaviors, my way of looking at people, and so forth. This kind of, systematic form of training needs to be implemented in a systematic way in our school systems, in preschools, but also be part of workplace culture, as you're doing at Skanska, some kind of ethical breach, and it needs to be ongoing. But we tend to underestimate the importance of these kind of interventions. So one of the things, I think the most important things that we know from research is that this kind of, intervention perspective on social norms in a workplace. For example, in terms of changing the bystander culture in a systematic way, long term. That might really have an impact on what we describe as some form of toxic masculinity in the workplace. So we don't have to start in kindergarten. We can also do it in the workplace as a systematic way of work, but it takes time. And we need to acknowledge that we tend to underestimate the importance of the work and the time it takes, really.
Thank you, Fredrik. Would you like to add, Gloria? This is,
Yes.
I mean, you must have many statements and experiences from your line of work.
Yes, I think it's very important. I did put toxic masculinity versus female timidity, because that's what comes up in the world of work. And I think the point about tackling toxic masculinity is for men to step up and encourage them to step up as a collective group. Where we have made changes is where we have had a group of men saying to other men, we will not put up with such behavior. For example, you know, you'd go to a conference, you'd go to a meeting, you'd be standing somewhere and a man would, you know, try to put his hand down your back or touch you in an inappropriate place. And, you know, one of the good things I've seen from personal experience is that other men stood up and said, no, out of order, that behavior is unacceptable, you are going out. And I think this is so important, what Fredrik has just said, because men have to call out the bad behavior of other men. And a lot more men are doing that now in a collective environment, but we have to encourage more men to do it. And I think the other point is, one of the big issues is around revenge porn. You know, over 52% of women from the Cyber Violence Research Initiative were talking about, you know, the fact that that information, when it's sent out on either WhatsApp or wherever on social media, it's sent to your employer. It's sent to your colleagues, your work colleagues, your friends, to give you. It's about maximum embarrassment, shame, and control. And a lot of women have come to us on that. And the thing about this zero tolerance approach is that you can act on behavior. It's a disciplinary offense, whether it's committed outside the workplace or inside the workplace. And if you take decisive, strong disciplinary action and also criminal action, because a lot of employers, where it happens, are reporting it to the police, people know that there are consequences, then they change their behavior. The best way to deal with these issues is about changing behavior. And protecting women and men, and I think whistleblowing protection is a very important preventative measure. But people must not blow the whistle to people in the organizations. In a number of areas, we see that some HR organizations are not equipped to deal with some of these issues. You need to have an external body, an external organization where people can say there is a problem and we need it to be investigated, because you're putting a huge responsibility on some leaders in organization and managers to take action against either a superior who is, you know...
Could be complicated.
It's too complicated. Or even a friend that they've worked with for years. And that should be outside of the organization, but encouraging collective support, I think, from what our experiences, make the best change. Because it's saying, you've crossed the line, it's unacceptable, and people respond to that.
Thank you, Gloria. I'm going to backpedal a little bit, because we have framed economic violence today, and we need to have your point of view on this topic too. Have we spoken enough on the economic dimension or consequences of gender-based violence in the workplace? any of you could answer this. We have dwelled on it before today from different perspectives, but you're sort of in another position here to talk about this from your point of view. I'm looking at you now, Monica.
No,
economic violence, gender-related.
I would say that we have not stressed it enough. So I think it was a great learning session here today to hear much more about it. It was very much highlighting of course you read about it, etc., but you realize that this is something that we need to stress much more and work further with. That's for sure.
Would anybody else like to add? Anna?
Yes, I could say that of course it's need to be more job into it, and from our perspective, I would say that we work to provide employers to do risk analysis at the work environment. So for us, it would be we have these provisions and the work environment work, the provision on the systematically work environment work, and there it's the sort of the big work for employers to analyze the risk that is in their specific work environment. So there, I would say that it can be a lot done to improve, to see macho norms and so in investigating the environment at the workplaces.
Can I just
yes,
say,
please do, Gloria.
In terms of examples, we've had some very good examples. Ireland, Spain, and Italy. I think it's 3 months in Italy, but women subjected to domestic violence need to secure their jobs. They need their job, and they need to be paid for counseling. You know, who wants to come into work wearing sunglasses every day? Or, people, we have to, go and put our hands in the dark corners that we don't want to. You know, someone's coming into work wearing dark glasses every day, is covering up a problem. It's like the doctor said, how many times are you going to walk into an open door? You have bruises, and women are hiding the shame and the stigma of violence. And so we need to do the risk assessment, but we also need to understand that women need support, they need counseling, but they need their jobs at the end of the day to keep that economic independence, and they need paid leave for domestic violence. And it should not be an exception because they need time to heal, and they need time to find their voice and find ways to resist. And we, in my country, my organization, we spend a lot of money on taking cases to court, and we've had to take employers to court in order to ensure that women keep their jobs, they keep their pay, because it is a form of discrimination. You don't want to be in a situation where you are subjected to violence in the home, in the workplace, and then you find that the state is subjecting you to violence because they haven't protected you from the consequences of it. So, it's like women are going through this, vicious circle and cycle of, no one wanting to break that cycle. So we have to break that silence, that stigma, and also to make sure that, women have time and space. And I would like to see from an ETUC perspective, the Women's Committee have said that, we want to see somewhere in the proposed legislation where you do not break your contract if you're recovering from domestic violence, it's not the same as sick leave,
Absolutely
but you
not.
need to have some kind of paid leave and paid time in order to be able to recover, to heal, and then to come back to work. That's an important form of supporting women whilst they're resisting trying to find their feet or trying to find new accommodation or shelter and shelter their families as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Frederick, you indicated that you wanted to add. Then we're going to go a little bit looking at look at the questions from the audience.
Yeah, I just want to recall, Nicola from UK, her examples of economic violence in domestic situations. I mean, they are in place in workplaces. Due to the fact that we have a lot of social relations, dependency among, colleagues, there are so many instances where the same experiences are made in the so-called safe workplaces. But then again, we don't have the language in workplaces to speak up on it. And this turns also to I think the institutional economic violence that is being in place at the moment in workplaces. For example, the precarious working conditions makes it impossible for certain groups to speak up, of course. Women, minorities, especially migrant women, and so forth. So there are also institutional economic violent effects of workplaces today in Europe. And I think this is, we should also link it to passive leadership, a form of destructive leadership and so forth, turning to, not addressing incivilities, harassment, violence in the workplace makes severe health consequences and will in turn lead to economic consequences for women, minorities and so forth. So we need to speak up on these issues in a structured way, I think.
Thank you, Frederick. Let's turn to the questions from the audience here. How do you motivate stakeholders to invest sufficient resources in violence prevention long-term if there is limited evidence or data to quantify and prove the results it has at hand? Because you stated in your opening answer here to my first question, Frederick, that the research doesn't really prove the case. So turning to you here, how do we motivate the stakeholders to keep at it?
I think it depends on the area of work. We have a lot of strategies as gender equality strategists. We know how to frame it to make things move. So within higher education, we always use the argument of quality in research is being impeded. We have a lack of quality in research. If we have violence, people cannot do research, so they drop out. So the dropout argument is really important in the private sectors. You cannot recruit people and retain people, and so forth and ongoing. But still, this is not motivational in the long term. To my mind, we need to build an empowering culture of knowledge within our enterprises and public authorities, where we recognize the importance of all the aspects that we've been speaking of today, ranging from early detection of violence as a responsibility for both bystanders and managers, all the way to discussing the institutional economic effects of violence. And this is not, it's not a question of arguments, it's a question of dignity, really. So I would always like to return to that kind of long-term incentives. And I know in different countries in the EU, this is not even on the table. It's difficult. But I think it's possible in the long term to actually use these brave, important, both NGOs and strategists that we all are, use our knowledge and, empower ourselves and others to use these strategies. So, yeah.
Thank you, Frederick. And Monica, what sort of, you started out talking about the strategies and the implementation that you've been able to put in place at Skanska, but to answer this question, how, if we would frame the motivation behind your actions here?
I think that we have the law. We have the Work Environment Act, we have the Discrimination Act, and that's the base. But in Skanska, we also have our overall vision and our goals, and that helps us actually, because these questions need to be on the management table, and we have tried to integrate all these perspectives into the overall management or business plan. I think that it's very important that you relate it to, if people cannot bring the whole of themselves to work, if they cannot be productive because they are they feel bad about they are abused for different reasons or harassed or whatever. This has to do with financial figures. Because, and if management understand the logic with, if we have high-performing teams where everybody, independently of who you are, feel that you are okay, and you are safe, psychologically safe, and you can, you have the support from the company, then that has a financial effect. And that's one of the triggers, I would say, to create motivation, to really have your attention on it. So it doesn't become something aside of the business. Yeah, that's one perspective at least.
So there's actually sort of a number, you can put it in financial results.
I think it is. And I mean, I think most private companies want to be attractive workplaces. We need to attract the best competencies, and if you have harassment, discrimination, macho norms, etc., nobody wants to go there. So, and that has, then we can't really deliver on our business plan or deliver to our customers and earn money. So there is kind of a cycle that you need to, talk about, and if it's not in place, that will really have a bad effect on your outcome of the company, I think.
Thank you, Monica. Gloria, yes.
Yeah, finance is one of the greatest motivators to bring about change for organizations, particularly private sector organizations. And I think one of the key drivers in motivating change is for private sector organizations should adopt the ILO 190 as a starting point, because what the research tells us is that not enough is being done. And if you have all public procurement contracts linked to a preventative culture that protects the dignity, the human rights of men and women in the world of work, then you will bring about that shift in paradigm and change. Because if companies are not getting a contract because they are not, making the leap that they should be in terms of dealing with these preventative measures on gender-based violence and saying that, we have a zero approach to it, they'd soon change their behavior because, we spend billions of pounds with private organizations, and that should be the incentive and the motivator to get them to change. And if we are not doing that, we are not serious as state organizations, as trade unions, as civil society in bringing about that cultural change. We must not allow them to get away with underreporting violence in the world of work, saying that there's no statistics, we don't have the information, we don't have that. We must change. We have a built-in approach. And we say, if you need a contract, if you want a contract, have a preventative culture. Demonstrate.
So you're basically talking about procurement here, that it needs to be weighed into the procurement procedure.
Procurement. But also, we need a built-in approach from the outset. Demonstrate you have a preventative culture in everything you do if you are going to deal with this seriously. So, it's like turning it on its head. And saying, if your organization wants to lead, demonstrate that you have in place a preventative culture where your leaders act up, and where they fail to act, then, they're sanctioned for failure to act. And that's how women will be believed, because you need trust in institutions.
Yes, indeed.
And you cannot have trust in institutions if they dismissing and not believing the word of women. And I think it's really important to bring about those cultural changes. One of the biggest things I saw from the Me Too movement was the ripple effect of many organizations and prominent, strong women coming out and say, we are not having this anymore. But the millions of compensation or go quietly on the side.
Well, we're still here, 5 years after Me Too. So yes. Sorry, unfortunately. So let's show the graphic recording of this session, and let's talk a little bit about this before we conclude. It's been a very full day, huh? With amazing content from panelists and speakers. So see if we can get Frida's graphic recording up here on the stage. There's a little bit of a glitch here before we get it done. Here we go. Wow. It's like, looks like somebody shot right into the female symbol here. Maybe that's the point. It's like a bullet into the heart of it all. Well, comments from you, please. This is a lot to take in, but it's fascinating. Policies to protect the victims. Yes, we talked about that. Ethical stand-ups. Great example from Skanska. Can you read about your ethical stand-ups on somewhere on your webpage if somebody would like to
yes, I
facilitate
think so.
that in their
I think
workplace?
So. Yeah.
If not, you can always.
And that's a good tip to make them available.
Make them available
yes,
if not.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, they can reach out to you.
Yeah.
Yes,
absolutely.
Great. Knowledge matters, of course. And the male dominance and the toxic masculinity we have touched upon, and that constantly needs to be addressed. Anna, would you like to comment on anything you see?
I could say that there is, it has to be said that it is, I think it's important to combine the strategic and the practical work. So you have the long-term plan and you have the long-term aims, and within you have your practical work and which you evaluate, and then see in what measures you have to do to aiming at the goals in a better way.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Anna. Frederick?
No, I'm still with the business enterprise argument.
Mm-hmm. You're processing.
You don't agree?
You know, it's a good argument, but we need to be, clear-cut. Patriarchy accepts 286 billion euros per year.
That's what it's costing
for gender-based violence. So I think, economy is not an argument, really. It's the opposite, but fine. It pissed me off. So anyway, I think partnerships. Once again, partnerships. There's such a strong solidarity among organizations and people all over the globe, and we encourage each other, and we have an empowerment, mission that we work on. And I think this is getting more and more relevant as times are changing in terms of illiberal developments in our world. So we need to be solidaric and, promote sisterhood once again.
And these staggering numbers, of course, are not common knowledge. So how do we make them more of a common knowledge?
We let EIGE go for a global tour.
That's a great. Are you up for that, Marisa?
Yeah.
Global tour?
Yeah.
Well, I've worked with these topics, but the exact number is mind-boggling, to say the least, if you hear it. So this needs to be, of course, addressed, and connecting, of course, to what an organization that you do, because that's absolutely the opposite from your perspective, that you can actually gain from this.
And I think that please don't misunderstand that the whole thing is about financials.
No, that's not what you said.
But the thing is that I think it's extremely important to try to get management team and leaders in line with these questions. And sometimes I hear that it's very hard to get buy-in. And this is one way to highlight that there is a connection. But that's not all, of course. And I totally agree with, partnering in these questions, have a zero tolerance to violent behavior and harassment. It's extremely important. So I think that, like what we have seen in the construction business is like jargon. Is, if you tolerate that at the workplace.
Jargon,
yeah. If you tolerate that, then it normalized after a while, and then you take the next step. And
you know, in the end, you might use violence as part of the everyday.
It's a slippery slope.
So it's extremely important to really be aware and highlight the competence and train managers and people to build a culture, of course, to become aware of these patterns that can, you know, develop over time, and that. The zero tolerance is really important. So you must know what is not allowed, but you have to also work with the vision and what we want. And I think that you were into that, you know, talking about a clear direction or a strategy, also in combination with the concrete actions. So I think partnership and knowledge are very central in this.
Thank you, Monica. This conversation needs to be continued. We have dinner tonight. I'm going to talk about this very soon. Sorry. No. Excuse me. Frida's work will be continued. It's a work in progress. She asked me to tell you that she's constantly improving and putting things in. This is complex, but it's great fun and important to see it in a visual context too. And it was wonderful to have you up here, Anna, Gloria, Frederick, and Monica, on this podium here to talk about these. We can go on forever, but it's getting late in the day, and we need to move on. But before I leave you, I'd like to give you a little token. Not a big surprise by now. That you will get these little vases, and they're so light and nifty, so you could probably fit them in your luggage. Yeah. Thank you so much, Monica, for joining us from Skanska. Thank you so much, Frederick. Thank you so much. And thank you, Gloria.
Oh, thank you.
Wonderful. And Anna, thank you so much. And give them a warm hand.
Oh, thank you.
And you're excused. Thank you so much. I want the full attention on what I'm going to say now because you're getting tired, so I need to be very clear. We have a fantastic dinner ahead of us. It is at Steningebruk. And those of you that are not Swedish, well, you'll find out what that means when you get there. But we have entertainment, and we will be entertained by some organization, not organization, but a band called Violet Green. And it's a jazz ensemble that has taken inspiration from the situation of women in the 1920s. And they will entertain us tonight. So don't miss the dinner. And if you're worried about how you're going to get home, don't be, because there are buses that will return back to this venue, to the expo area, and also to Stockholm, for those of you that are residing there, at roughly 10 p.m. tonight. So do not miss the dinner because you're worried about not getting home. The buses leave at 6. Well, we meet in the lobby here, in the reception at 6:15. So you have ample of time to put your feet up or go for a jog or whatever you need to do right now after this full day. And the buses leave at 6:30, but we need to meet at 6:15 to, get the logistics in place. And tomorrow, we start at 9 sharp. And tomorrow we have workshops. And the workshops are parallel sessions. And they're in different rooms. So you need to check which one you have signed up for and where it's taking place. And you need to do this ahead of 9 o'clock. So we cannot have us running around here like chickens without our heads in the morning, because that's not going to work. We need to be able to find the spot and be there at 9 o'clock. So figure out which workshop did you assign yourself to and which venue is that in. And you will, of course, find all of this in the program. And there will also be a map in the reception area where it's stated where the different rooms are located at. And there's also staff there to help you if you get lost. And also, finally, bring your laptops tomorrow, charged laptops, because you will need the laptops for your work in the workshops. So charged laptops, make sure you know where you're going before 9 o'clock. And you also find the response template, because this is all, you're putting in a lot of valuable information tomorrow. You find the response template for the workshops in the digital program. So identify that too, please. And please have that ready in time for the chosen workshop. Now you're getting really tired with me up here. So I'm going to finish and say thank you, all of you, for contributing, all the fantastic speakers that are still here. And of course, audience online, submitting questions. And see you at the dinner.